Here we go, live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, what's up, everybody? Good to have you with us on this Tuesday edition. Phil's back in action tonight. We'll get you the lineup. Good pitching matchup. It's the same as opening day. Mackenzie Gore, remember all the strikeouts he racked up on opening day? Take the over, right? Zach Wheeler gets the ball for the Phils. We'll talk about that matchup. I want to see the lineup. Mackenzie Gore dominated on opening day, a lefty, by the way. So what are they going to do with Bryson Stott? This is really the first time they've had a day off, so Stott doesn't need a day off. It's really the first time that there is a good, solid lefty where they might say, okay, we're just going to hit Stott leadoff and see what happens here. So I'm really intrigued by that. Got the mailbag with Frank coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. If you have a Phillies mailbag question you want Frank to answer, use the text board 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 with your Phillies questions for Frank coming up in the 3 o'clock hour today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Well, a quiet night last night because of the fact no Phils got a chance to do a little catch-up. I told you I was watching Dope Thieves. If you didn't say you didn't. Well, you don't have Apple Plus, right?
I don't have Apple Plus.
How many people out there are watching Dope Thieves on Apple Plus? Kind of a clunky ending last night. I got to the end of it last night. Kind of a clunky ending to the show. But watched that last night, and all I kept thinking was, man, I miss my Phils. Where's my friend that never lets me down? You know, it's the day that his parents said, hey, you got to go to your grandmom's birthday party tonight. And I'm like, hey, I want my friend back. I want my friend. Where's my friend, the Phillies? Well, they're back tonight against the Nationals. You know, they win the Sunday night baseball game.
You felt that strongly after the ending of Dope Thieves. You're like, man, I need the Phillies. This was a bad ending.
I was a little disappointed by the ending. It was a little clunky. For the people who might have seen Dope Thieves.
Was it a letdown?
It was just clunky.
Okay, so
very
it was
clunky.
Do you want there to be a next season?
Don't care.
Don't care.
Yeah,
wow.
I wouldn't be. I think it was only 8 season series. I think it's just
episodes?
These little Netflix little minis they do.
Yeah,
I think it was just an 8 series
episode
thing. I wouldn't care one way or the other. It kind of drew me in because I saw the preview. You know when you're going through Netflix and you hover over top of something, it shows you the preview.
The auto preview.
Right. I got the auto preview, and it's in Philly. It looked like, okay.
It looked interesting.
So I tried it, and I was like, all right. And then we watched a couple episodes. Okay, now I got to get to the end. I got to the end last night. I said, that was clunky.
See, that's kind of how I'm at right now with Suits of L.A., the new
I haven't even give it. And I watched Suits.
Yeah.
And I have no interest in Suits in L.A. And now after you told me how it's going,
it's a clunky start, man. And I'm still trying to figure out, I was trying to watch it last night, and I'm thinking, I still don't understand what the point of this show is. I feel like it was just hey, we have some attractive people who live in Hollywood.
Generally what TV is, Josh. Attractive people are generally casted onto television.
I know that.
That's why we're on the radio.
I meant the point is that there's no purpose of putting these people on this show yet. I'm still trying to.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that show. I'm out on that.
I don't recommend it.
But I got my Phils back tonight. Looking forward to that. We'll certainly when that lineup comes. I am intrigued by the lineup tonight because this is the first time that I can remember anyway where the Phillies have an off day the day before, and then a lefty is pitching the next day.
Yeah.
So you can't use the whole hey Stott needed a day off. He had a day off yesterday. Are they going to hit him leadoff? Now, I would imagine they don't hit him leadoff. I would imagine against a lefty, it's going to be Trey Turner hitting leadoff, and Stott goes down to the lower end of the lineup. But do they just sit him all together and play Sosa tonight?
So you're saying the lineup would be something like Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Realmuto is your 5?
Probably. I'm trying to think because now you got the 2 lefties back-to-back. And, look, let's talk about this real quick, too. Kyle Schwarber has kind of struggled in this role as the number 4 hole hitter.
He has pulled off.
Yeah, behind Bryce Harper. The guy who's supposed to get protection for Bryce Harper. It's not an easy job, by the way. Ask Nick Castellanos. Nick Castellanos hits about 500 when he's not hitting 4th. You put him in the 4 hole, I think he's at 098 or some ridiculous thing like that. But it has not been a great start for Kyle Schwarber as the main protector in that role. So we'll keep our eye on that. I want to see when the lineup comes out. We'll keep an eye on the lineup when that comes out. But I want to start with this. So I saw a poll question from Kevin Sheehan from the radio station down in D.C., 980 The Team, okay? He is on Monday through Friday from 10 to 1. He's like their midday guy. I've had Kevin on the show, good dude, nothing with him. He just put out a poll question that I thought was interesting. And now that the draft is over, here's his question. 609-403-0973. You guys can get involved too. He gave 3 options, all right? With the offseason, a majority of the offseason in the books, did Washington gain ground on Philly, lose ground on Philly, stay the same with Philly? Now, I'm interested. So these are the percentages so far, okay?
How long has this poll been up for? Does it say?
Yeah, it's been up since 12:50. There's over 500 votes.
Okay, so it's basically the last few hours.
Yeah, I guess when his show started, he started at 10. It's been up since 12:50.
Gotcha.
So I guess he did it right at the end of the. They must have been talking about it on the show.
Right.
Put the poll question up, and then the results will come into his show tomorrow morning because it says there's 22 hours left to vote.
Sure.
So, are you voting gain ground, lose ground, stay the same? Now, I think we should put the same poll with Eagles fans.
The same exact question?
Pretty much. Did the Commanders, the offseason is in the books, did the Commanders gain ground, lose ground, or stay the same with the Eagles? But what do you think? 609-403-0973. These are the 2 teams that represented the NFC in the NFC Championship game. These are the 2 teams that are the favorites right now in the NFC East. If you pull up the NFC East odds, which I will do for the people listening out there, driving around in your cars, wherever you may be, I will take a look. And, of course, the NFL is on like a pause right now, so it is not easily accessible to get to these odds, but I will find them for you. And let's see. All right, there we go. NFL. Can we get futures? Can we get division winners? Right now, the NFC East, the Eagles are minus 140, and Washington is plus 200. Dallas is plus 750, and the Giants are plus 1,900. So, as I mentioned, Philadelphia is a clear favorite with Washington at plus 200. But with the offseason in the books, did Washington gain ground on Philly, lose ground? That's not in the books. I mean, he's saying with the majority of, that's how he worded it. He worded it as the majority of the offseason is in the books. Did Washington gain ground, lose ground, stay the same with Philly? What do you guys think after the after the Washington draft class? Now, Washington went with an offensive lineman, Josh Connolly, in round number 1. So they added an offensive lineman, something they needed.
Although we should note that he does have some injury concern. That's why he dropped as far as he did.
But much like the Eagles pick, is there because of injury concerns.
Although I will say I think Philadelphia is different than Washington because at least Philadelphia has a history of they're pretty good at evaluating, hey, this guy is going to be back. I don't know what Washington.
Is that what they did with Sidney Jones?
Well, not that. That was a different medical team. This is a different one now.
Trey Amos, they took in the second round.
Right.
Josh Sweat was in the same draft class as Sidney Jones, wasn't he? Or right around there?
I have to double check that. I thought Sidney was a different one.
Trey Amos, a corner, they took in round 2.
Yep.
Jalen Lane, a wide receiver, they took in round 4. Kane Medrano is a linebacker they took in round 6. So they did not add a lot in their draft, right? They only got a 5-player draft class. So after all the draft and the free agency, do we think that they closed the gap? So how do you think, okay, how do you think the Washington voters voted? Gain ground, lose ground, stayed the same. Now, these are the percentages right now, okay?
I feel like I see Steve Karnacki up here with the board or something, you know?
I just listened to Steve Karnacki on a podcast. He knew he's leaving MSNBC.
Is he really?
Well, he's going to NBC, and he's going to be more involved with sports than whatever he was doing before.
Well, he was doing all the polls and the politics.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be doing that anymore. I think he's going to be doing more of like Kentucky Derby and like Sunday Night Football.
Like analytics?
Whatever he was doing before.
Interesting.
I can't say I know what he did on MSNBC. I'm not a big MSNBC watcher.
Well, he was a guy who did polling information.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm saying like I didn't see him night to night. I don't know what he did every night. He's just not going to be doing that anymore. Whatever he did every night, if you watch MSNBC, Josh has to keep going down and just keep going down and down and down. I don't know what he did. I don't watch MSNBC, but whatever he was doing, he's no longer doing. He's now shifting to more sports-oriented stuff.
Good for him.
So these are the percentages. So far, the leader has 52.8. Second place, 40.2. Last place, 7.
I'm going to say last place is lost ground.
So the Washington fans, you believe, think only 7% say they actually took a step back from Philadelphia.
Yes.
You would be correct.
And I'm saying that because I think that like all sport fan bases, there's a group of 5 to 10% of that fan base who is miserable no matter what happens.
Okay? So you're right on that. So which one has 52% and which one has 40%?
I am going to guess that was it 52% you said?
52%, the other one 40%.
I'm going to guess the 52 is gained ground.
At 52.8%, the Washington fans believe they have gained ground on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sensible fan base.
40% said, stay the same. We haven't done enough this offseason. They got Deebo Samuel. They ended up getting, correct me if I'm wrong, they added Laramie Tunsil.
And
they got Conley. So they have Conley playing right tackle.
Yep.
Laramie Tunsil playing left tackle.
Correct.
They also added Deebo Samuel. So if you're a fan of Deebo Samuel, I know he's a little broken down, a little different than the guy he was 2 or 3 years ago. But offensively, you would think they're better.
And by the way, even if Samuel is not 100% what he used to be, that's a big deal for Terry McLaurin because now you can't just focus just on him.
Can't just focus on McLaurin, and their offensive line is better. So that should help out Jaden Daniels if he takes a step forward. As a player, the offensive line is taking a step forward with him.
And really quick, I just wanted to say this, that I think part of the reason why Washington fans should feel this way is also because I think that Washington is trying to avoid making the mistake that happened in Houston last year with C.J. Stroud, where all they did was add a couple offensive weapons and they thought that was enough. I think Washington is saying, no, we need more than just the receiver.
Well, they went out and got an offensive line upgrade on both sides, the left and the right tackle. So you got to be pretty excited if you're Washington to say, hey, look, in the playoff game against Philadelphia, offensively, we should be better than we were a year ago.
Correct.
Now, the problem that I see is their defense as good as it was a year ago? And I don't know that they've really put anything into their defense. Now, are they just banking that, hey, this group playing together for the second year in a row will be better? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the defense was not very good in the playoff game against Philadelphia. They basically got the doors blown off of them. They gave up 55 points in the game. So if you went in as a Commanders fan and say, hey, I think we closed the gap, okay, offensively you're better. But is your offense going to score 56 points? Now you would say, hey, the defense isn't going to give up 55 points the next time around. Okay, fine. But their defense, I don't know that their defense has improved all that much. So right now, the Washington poll, and there has been some movement, by the way. I wonder if our conversation is helping their poll out. 53% now say they've gained ground. 39% said they've stayed the same. And 7% believe they've lost ground on Philadelphia. 609-403-0973.
So I pulled up an article real quick from John Keim, who covers the Commanders, and he says that Washington's defense has improved some because of the additions of Javon, Kinlaw, and Will Harris.
Well, Kinlaw they brought in, but they lost
Well, they lost Jonathan Allen. But he was already banged up, so that was kind of like a fait accompli that he was leaving.
I don't know that. I mean, Kinlaw's a decent player.
I mean, Kinlaw might fit that scheme a little better than Allen at this point.
Yeah, I don't look at that defense and say, man, that defense really worries me. I mean, they still got Wagner, who's now another year older, Frankie Louvu, who's decent player. Their corners are just...
adding Harris to the secondary at safety does help, at least with some... At least you don't feel like Washington is that easy to beat over the top.
All right, well, that's the poll question. So I'm interested from an Eagles perspective now. We asked the Eagles fans, has Washington, in your mind, gained ground, lost ground, or stayed the same? Vote at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show, or hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973. I like looking at the post-draft thing here. And, by the way, do we think – because the one thing I'll say about Washington is I don't look at their draft class and see a lot of impact right away. This, to me, is not a lot of day one starting impactful players. Now, if you're Washington, you might say, well, Philadelphia, you lost Milton Williams. I don't know that you replaced him. You lost Josh Sweat. I don't know that you replaced him. You lost Darius Slay. I don't know that you replaced him. You lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I don't know that you replaced him. Do we think Philadelphia on April 29th has adequately replaced the guys that they've lost?
I would say yes and no. It's like the idea of, I think some of those guys, they have filled those voids, like drafting Ty Robinson, definitely, and him combined with a Jomo can fill the Milton Williams void. I don't think they have totally replaced the Josh Sweat move. I think that people theorize that Makuba is going to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson, although we know that Justin Simmons is still a free agent. There's always a chance it could.
And McMullen said last week on the show, it's interesting. I should have asked McMullen this yesterday. Bad job by me. He said if the Eagles don't address the safety position, they'll probably go right out, and 2 days later, Simmons in. They did address the safety position, but did they address it enough to say we don't want to bring a veteran player in here? That, to me, is a big question.
Like, for example, you look at the Eagles right now. They have, you pointed out yesterday, they have three guys competing for the outside corner spot between McMillan, Ringo, and Adoree Jackson. Well, one of them is a veteran, right? So there's no harm in doing what the Eagles did years ago and just said, hey, let's bring in an extra veteran just in case.
Yeah, I mean, Washington, they've got Lattimore, who they traded for last year, and he was hurt a lot. I mean, so I don't know that he was 100% when they ended up playing.
Healthy.
Yeah, Sanders Still, who they drafted in the second round.
Talented guy.
Yeah. Was he 2 years ago they drafted?
He was a rookie last year.
Okay, so this will be his second year then.
Yep.
So they got a second-round pick there. And then Trey Amos they took in the second round this year. So they do have some talented players in that secondary.
They've upgraded.
They've upgraded their secondary.
Maybe not crazily upgraded.
And by the way, the trade they made with Lattimore, again, he did not really have the impact at the deadline.
Because of the injury.
He came over and he was hurt. Right. So, good conversation with you guys out there. 609-403-0973. Washington asked the question in Washington. Their perspective is 53% of their fans think they've gained ground on Philadelphia. 40% said they've stayed the same. So you're talking 92%, almost 93% of Washington listeners think they've either stayed the same or gained ground on Philadelphia. Only 7% think they've lost ground. Where do you guys kind of sit in on that one? Do you think that, I'm looking at Washington, and I actually think they've lost ground? Let us know, 609-403-0973. We got some votes early coming in. Let's see, Washington, I'll vote here. All right, right now it's 70, 20, 10.
Okay.
70 the high, 20 the middle, 10 the low. That's where we are right now from Eagles fans' perspective.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So right as of to start the poll, people are pretty strongly one
and it's
direction.
Just getting started. We'll post it back out there periodically throughout the show. You can get involved on the text board, 609-403-0973. Mike Gill and the Sports Bash coming at you here on this Tuesday edition. We're going to keep an eye on the Phillies lineup today because that one is going to be Bryson Stott at the top of the lineup. And I do want to get into, now that the dust has settled on this whole Dallas Goedert thing, What is going to happen there? The Goedert trade rumors, they never came to fruition, so he is still here. Was that all just a big schmogs, just a big old, hey, it was just something to talk about Now, Howie Roseman addressed it yesterday, he said, or whatever day that was. He did address it.
Saturday.
It wasn't a ringing endorsement, so is it a fait accompli still that Dallas Goedert's not here? Jeff's watching on the YouTube channel. Jeff says, did we mention no team has won back-to-back NFC East titles in the last 20 years? Washington wins the division. Eagles, a wild card team. Is that a prediction, Jeff? Because right now, according to some of the betting sites, the Eagles are a heavy favorite, minus 140 or 160, and Washington is plus 200. So, Jeff, you might want to put a couple bucks down on Washington. You got them at plus 200 right now.
If you believe it's going to happen, $10 is a solid return.
He mentions Eagles' first-place schedule. Washington has a second-place schedule. Here's what I'll say, though, Jeff, about that. Is Washington success a byproduct of their schedule last year? They had a third-place schedule the year before. And keep in mind, the NFC East cross matchups, the two divisions they played, were not that strong last year. So were all of the NFC East teams kind of elevated by that? So my point, I guess, with Washington is, are they one of those teams that benefited from the schedule and arrive a little bit early, or do we really believe that Washington is here to stay and that they are now a legit contender for the division?
So just to give an example, you're saying, Mike, on the list of teams Washington beat last year was Carolina, Arizona.
Carolina, non-playoff team. Arizona, non-playoff team.
Tennessee.
Non-playoff team. And by the way, Carolina, Tennessee, Tennessee, the worst team in the league. Carolina, one of the worst teams in the league. What was the other one? Arizona, mediocre team.
Cleveland.
One of the worst teams in the league.
Atlanta,
an average team.
Now, remember, they beat Cincinnati, not a playoff team, but a good team.
Mm-hmm. So that's 5 of their wins. Cincinnati, a non-playoff team. Okay, so 6 of their wins have come against non-playoff teams. Continue.
Beat the Giants twice.
8 of their wins are now against non-playoff teams.
Bears.
9 wins against non-playoff teams.
Saints.
10 wins against non-playoff teams.
The only win I see on here of a playoff team. Oh, they beat Dallas, not a playoff team.
11 wins against non-playoff teams.
The only one is the one game against Philadelphia.
They had 1 win last year against a playoff team, Washington. 1 win came against a playoff team last year. Now, they did win 2 playoff games. So throw that out there.
Well, styles make fights. That was my whole argument last year, Mike, which is Washington was a bad matchup for some of those teams. Like a Detroit team that was very injured on defense, or a Tampa team that was vulnerable in the secondary. So, if you get any team in the right matchup, they have a chance to win.
All right, Mike, in my opinion, it's less about the Commies getting better. It's more about the Eagles taking a step back. The Eagles lost some really good talent. Washington closed the gap a little bit by default.
Interesting.
Good, interesting take there. Now, as I mentioned, they only won 1 game against playoff teams last year. Does that change our opinion about what Washington is and who they can be? Let us know. 609-403-0973.
4 of their 5 losses last year, all playoff teams.
4 of 5 losses versus playoff teams, 1 win against playoff teams.
Significant.
Definitely. Something to think about. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The poll question is up at 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to Kevin Sheehan down in Washington. I was checking before the show today. I saw his poll question, and I said, I really want to click on this to see what the people in Washington think. 53% of Washington fans think they have gained ground on the Eagles. 39% think they have stayed the same with the Eagles. And it's actually dropped that they've lost ground. It's down to 6.9%. So, Eagles fans, what do you guys think? At 973 ESPN on the text board, 609-403-0973. And always, you can watch on the YouTube channel and on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. I'll read off your text messages and more. Coming up at 3:30, about 1 hour from now, Rick Saratella gives his recap on all the Eagles picks, his favorite ones, which ones will fit in the best. Don't go away. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. Hi, that's Devin McCourty talking about the biggest need he has for Philadelphia, and he thinks who's going to step up on the defense. After the draft, they added six players, on defense through the draft. So did the Eagles do enough in the draft to fill up some of their concerns? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The poll question is up at 973 ESPN. You can vote. Have the Commanders gained ground, lost ground, same as last year? Right now, the votes are coming in. 70% of you guys all feel the same way, 20% and then 10%. You can vote at 973 ESPN. Get involved over there. As the Washington side of things, Kevin Sheehan, who is the midday host at 980 The Team in Washington, has the poll question up. 53% of Washington fans think they have gained ground on Philadelphia. Now, the voting is one thing. Vegas says Philadelphia is still a heavy favorite. They are minus 160. Now, our buddy Jeff in Ocean City, he put the bet down there, Josh. He already said he sent me a picture of the betting ticket. He got Washington at plus 230 to win the East, and he has put his money where his mouth is because he has Washington winning the division to make a couple bucks.
I expect nothing less from Jeff in Ocean City.
He says, I love my birds, but my wallet loves cash. Now, no team has won the NFC back-to-back 20 years. I think the big thing with Washington it's hard to decipher is the fact that last year they did not beat but one team that had a winning record. That is a tough pill to swallow. If I'm trying to figure out, now, me personally, I'm going to take that part out of it, okay? Me personally, I think Washington's pretty good. I remember last year, my whole point about Washington the whole offseason, I kept saying, if Jaden Daniels is what C.J. Stroud was for Houston, that Washington, because, you do the exercise, who could go from worst to first. Now, they didn't go from worst to first, but they did go from one of the worst to the NFC Championship game. This is an organization, it's funny, because there is the crosshairs of Josh Harris being the owner and people's perception of Harris as being this, kind of carpet-bagging ownership group because of what happened in Philadelphia with the 76ers. So a lot of people don't like Harris, the way the whole process went down, and he's a carpetbagger. Yet in Washington, they look at Harris as the savior, as the reason why this organization is taking a step in the right direction, at why they believe in this team. Funny how two different fan bases are looking at Josh Harris differently. Washington saying, thank you for saving our franchise. Philadelphia saying, you've been stealing from us.
It's a little ironic that Josh Harris has gotten better with each organization he's bought. It's like he's learned from the previous team he bought how to do it better. And that's maybe why Washington's benefiting so much.
Well, I think that one thing is he hired the right people. They made good decisions.
That's the key. You hired the right people.
And that's the way he runs things. Josh Harris is not a hands-on type of owner. So people blaming him for the whole Sixers thing is a little ironic that, hey, in Washington, they say he's part of the reason why they turned the corner. In Philadelphia, we're trying to blame him. Which one is it? So I think this Philadelphia-Washington thing is going to become something.
There's some added juice to the
There's
rivalry.
no question. The whole Washington NFC Championship game, you play a division round in the NFC Championship game, that adds to it. Because let's be honest, Washington has been the third team in the NFC East in terms of the juice for that game. It's been Dallas number one, although I'm more partial to a Giant-Eagle rivalry. But quite frankly, the Giants haven't been very good in the last 10 years or 8 years or whatever it's been. The Giant-Eagle game is number 2 on the rivalry, and the Washington game is number 3. Is that about to change? And can Washington, with Josh Harris as the lead villain, surpass the Dallas game?
Ooh, that's interesting. I mean, it might, just because the Cowboys, I don't know when they're going to be good again. Like that's a team that feels like they are hanging in that mediocrity role.
Yeah, you look at the betting odds. Dallas is plus like 900 or plus 6, whatever I said earlier. I mean, they are a long shot to win the division. If you are entering this season, Eagle fan, are you looking more forward to the Dallas games or the Washington games? It's not the Giant game, right? The Giants have now become third in this NFC East
100%.
Rivalry totem pole, if you will.
The only way the Giants...
The hierarchy of the NFC East has now become either Dallas or Washington in terms of which game you're looking most forward to.
Right.
And then the Giants. The Giants are last.
The only way the Giants elevate out of that spot of interest is if somehow Russell Wilson has like a monster season by the time you match up with them.
The Giants have done a good job, I think, in the draft. They got Carter. Their defense is going to be pretty good. Carter, Thibodeau.
Very good.
Obviously, they've got a good defensive line up front that you're going to have your hand now. The Eagles' strength is their offensive line is very good, so that should at least negate the one thing that the Giants are good at. But, Dexter Lawrence is a stud. You've got Dexter Lawrence. You've got Brian Burns. You've got Abdul Carter now. You've got Thibodeau. I mean, so they've got legit guys that can rush the passer there.
And don't forget about the fact that, this is a Giants team that they showed, at least defensively, they can compete last year before those additions.
Their defense is very good, and they've added to it. Terry and Galloway says, here's the deal, gang. It doesn't matter if Washington closed the gap or not. They stink. Last season was a fluke. Look for them to win 6 games. Terry, I'm not going to poo-poo what you just said based on what we said earlier. They beat one playoff team last year. Now, my intuition is that Washington is better than, well, he said 6 wins. I think they're better than that.
Yeah, I don't think they're a 6-win team. But I can see a scenario where they maybe only win 8 and they miss the playoffs.
Do you think Washington takes a step back?
I don't think so. I think that they're still going to be a playoff team. Now, part of it also is because I just don't think the rest of the NFC...
They won 12 games last year.
Yeah, they might take a step back in terms of like win total, but I don't think they're going to be a non-playoff team.
Are they better than Detroit? They beat Detroit in the playoffs last year.
Wow. I'm going to say...
A healthy Detroit.
I'm going to say Detroit. Until Detroit proves otherwise, I think Detroit is still pretty good.
Green Bay.
No.
Who's better?
Green Bay.
Minnesota.
Washington's better. I don't believe in J.J. McCarthy yet.
Tampa.
They are marginally better than Tampa.
L.A.
No, L.A.'s better.
San Fran.
If San Fran's healthy, I would go with San Fran just because of their defense.
I mean, anybody else? Chicago, Seattle, Atlanta.
Chicago's a huge wild card this year.
Yeah, they obviously changed the coach, and they've
overhauled the
much
roster.
like Washington. They added to their offensive line to try to protect the damn quarterback.
They just added the offensive line. They rebuilt the whole offensive line.
Well, Washington has done similar. They added 2 new pieces to their offensive line. I think it's a fascinating look at Washington, and that's another question that I'm interested in. Are the Eagles fans entering this season with more anticipation for the Washington games or the Dallas games? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Let me pop in on the poll question real fast. At 973 ESPN. Oh, it's changed significantly here. 57% now is the leader. 26% is second. And 15% is third.
Interesting.
So Eagles fans are starting to vote a little bit more in the poll. And it seems that it's a little bit more it's a little closer than the Washington poll. 609-403-0973. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Text messages coming in as well. Matt L. from Courthouse says, don't forget, guys, teams have film on Daniels now, and I would expect a bit of a sophomore slump. Hey, that's similar to what happened with C.J. Stroud, although
Right.
I would say C.J. Stroud's offensive line was a disaster, and they added more weapons for him, and those weapons got hurt.
Correct.
I mean, he lost Diggs, he lost Dell.
I mean, you would need McLaurin and Samuels to both miss significant time, along with a horrible offensive line play to replicate what happened to C.J. Stroud last year.
Are you more interested in this year? So you're not a good person to ask on this question, I don't think.
Why? Because I'm too objective?
I don't know that
I'm
you
not
get you
emotional enough?
don't get fired up for like Eagles Cowboys.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think Eagles Cowboys is meh.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm not Eagles Cowboys to me.
See,
is
I'm
like,
excited that Washington is good again because to me, that's a rivalry. That's within driving distance. It's like you're in the neighborhood. It's
I've always been. That's why the Eagles Giants, but the Giants have been so bad, and Washington's been so bad. So I get like the whole Dallas thing is more of like Dallas is like the Hallmark holiday, right? It's very commercialized, but it should like. Washington right now, I am way looking forward to Philly and Washington this year.
I think it's going to be.
And for me, that's been a clear distant third. There's never been juice in the entire time that I have hosted this show. There has never been juice on a Washington-Philadelphia game.
Well, they've never been good at the same time.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
the last time they both made the postseason before last year was 30 years ago.
So the fact that they both enter this season, I got to say my answer to that question would be I am more looking forward to the two Philadelphia-Washington games more than I am the two Philadelphia-Dallas games.
I think I think there's three factors. One, the Josh Harris part is as you mentioned before.
The Josh Harris part
that's
definitely
have a lot of
adds,
Eagle fans.
It definitely adds a sub-story, an H2 header title.
Yes.
To this whole thing. You got the title.
See what you did there.
Eagles, Commanders, NFC Championship rematch. And then somewhere in the middle of that article, if you're scrolling through, Josh Harris owns Washington. That has added to it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Eagle fans are going to have that very handy.
I was going to say there's still guys like Knicks Nuggets who are still mad the Sixers didn't congratulate the Eagles. On Twitter.
It's a little petty.
It's definitely petty.
Definitely a little petty.
It adds fuel to it.
But I like it. It adds a little extra, a little something, something. Vote at 973 ESPN. Hit us up on the text board at Mike Gill Show on the X platform and on YouTube. Watch the show there. Coming up, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll check in on the Phillies and their lineup. When that comes out, we'll get it for you. But on the other side, is it the coach's fault? That's next here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Eric Spoelstra last night, the coach of the Miami Heat, it was 75-25 at one point or something to that range. We like to blame the coach a lot. Eric Spoelstra is generally regarded as the best coach in the NBA. They got the doors blown off of them last night in an elimination game. Are we blaming Eric Spoelstra? Are we blaming Eric Spoelstra for the Heat getting destroyed last night?
I mean, I wouldn't because, frankly, look who's playing on the floor. It's simple.
Well, I mean, he's the best coach in the league. Can't you do something to try to keep the game close?
He did. He got into the postseason. The players aren't good enough.
Well, they were the 10 seed.
He got into the playoffs.
Yeah.
He got him there.
I mean, listen, that Heat team was not very good. They traded Jimmy Butler at one point during the season. That game last night, for those of you that actually watched that game, at the end of the first quarter last night, Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA after the game said it was the worst NBA game he's ever seen in his life. It was 43-17 at the end of one. 43-17. It's just an elimination game. Now, I get it, the series is 3-0. They essentially, Eric Spoelstra, the best coach in the NBA by many accounts, he couldn't even get his team to show up for the game. And the game was in Miami. You're at home. And that's the effort they put out. They lost 138-83 last night. It's just another example of, let's cool it on blaming the coaches for these type of things, right? The players control these things, especially in the NBA. This is a players-driven league. They didn't have the players. It didn't matter how good Eric Spoelstra you think he is or what they mean, but they absolutely did not show up last night.
Nope.
They did not show up at all last night. And that's where the coach has an effect. Could he get his players to rally and say, guys, we're at home. Our season's on the line. Show me something. And he couldn't do it. That game last night was an abomination. Now, the other game, Warriors-Rockets, for the people who tuned in on that one last night, you got a good one, but unfortunately, they scored too many points.
They did. I was wondering if you realized that.
I watched a lot of that game. Late. It was a later game, so after we were done watching The Dope Thief.
By the way, can we give Jimmy Butler a lot of credit? I mean, that dude looks like he's in pain, and he fought through and had some big moments in that game.
I think Jimmy's a good
Think he's a good faker?
I'm not saying he's faking. I'm just saying he's good at
embellishing.
Yes, stretching the truth a little bit.
Interesting.
I think he's good at.
Draymond Green.
27 points last night, Jimmy Butler. You think he was all that?
What Draymond Green said after the game that he didn't think Jimmy was even going to play last night.
It's good. It's a good story.
It's a good story. Okay, interesting.
Jimmy Butler, 27 last night. There's playoff Jimmy.
The legend of playoff Jimmy continues.
And Buddy Hield, by the way, had a big game last night.
Yeah, who would have thought, right?
3 threes in the game, 15 points.
Buddy Hield's perfect for a Warriors team.
Well, Sports Bash rolls on. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. On the other side, if you have a Phillies question, get it in now. Our Phillies mailbag is on the way. Is the slow start a good thing for the Phillies? You'll hear what one Philadelphia Philly has to say about the slow start and why he thinks it might be a good thing for this team. That's coming up next with Frank Close and the Phillies mailbag, plus Rick Saratello, the CEO of NFL Draft Bible and All Access Football, with his favorite picks of the Eagles draft class.
kind of fizzled at the end. So having to play these tough teams early on and try to figure out our weaknesses and where we can get better, I think is really big. And I think that's going to benefit us later in the year. So just keep grinding. We got a good veteran team, and we know it's a long year, and we'll get there.
That was Trey Turner after Sunday Night Baseball. He thinks the adversity this team has faced early on will help this team out. And, of course, they'll continue tonight against Mackenzie Gore. They had adversity against him on opening day. He struck out like 15 guys. They'll face him again tonight with a lineup that looks like this. Interesting. We were talking about it in the first hour. We want to see if there's any interesting things to take from this, and there are. Leading off for the Phils at shortstop tonight is Trey Turner. Bryce Harper hits 2. Schwarber hits 3. Castellanos hits 4th. Real Muto is in the 5 hole. Bohm is actually up to the 6th spot. Sosa is in the lineup tonight. No Stott. Sosa's hitting 7. Wilson is in left field, and Rojas is in right field. That's where we bring Frank close into the conversation from 97.3 ESPN.com. No Stott tonight against a left-hander. They did have the day off yesterday, so I don't know if this is just needed a day off here. Frank, are we at the point now where this looks like a platoon with your leadoff man, where he hits leadoff against right-handed pitchers, and then he does not play against left-handed pitchers?
Well, Mike, I think that you're going to see in most cases Stott is going to lead off, whether it's against a lefty or a righty. But I think in this particular instance, this particular pitcher, the Phillies wanted to go all in on their right-handed bats. And as you saw, you got Wilson in the lineup instead of Max Kepler. You got, as you said, Sosa in the lineup now. So they're really trying to throw all their righties at Mackenzie Gore, who's a very, very good pitcher, and lefties don't do well against him. So I think other lefties that aren't I want to say ace level, because I think Gore is a tick below that, but he's certainly their best pitcher and one of the best lefties around that they're going to face. I think now's the time to get the lefties in, the righties in, and give the lefties a day off. So I would not be shocked if you see Stott in the lineup against the next lefty. But I think this one of the tougher ones, he'll get his days off.
Now, is that, we haven't seen, to my remembrance anyway, Stott hit leadoff against a left-handed pitcher. Has he done that yet this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. No, I haven't even thought about it like that, but he has been. I have noticed, though, that he does struggle against lefties. I mean, if you look at his splits, they very much favor him facing a righty. And even before he was part of the equation as a leadoff hitter, Stott was probably one of those players that you were going to look at and see more so against righties and lefties. And even before they settled on Stott as a leadoff hitter, they were going to do that back and forth kind of thing with Schwarber and Turner. Now, it hasn't been Schwarber after all that, all spring. It seems like that, yeah, in a sense it is a platoon, but yeah, Stott is definitely much stronger against right-handed pitchers than left.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, but that's been the big question is he has struggled against lefties. So are we looking at a platoon leadoff guy and that Sosa is essentially playing against left-handed pitching all the time? Weston Wilson is back. It almost looks like you have a platoon in left field. After, Frank, they said, hey, no, Max Kepler is here to play every single day.
That one surprises me because Kepler usually had what they call reverse splits, meaning that he hit lefties better than righties. I know he did last year. So it's not really I didn't expect them to go into a platoon situation, but I do think they do need to get Weston Wilson some at-bats, so it might as well come against left-handed pitching.
All right, Frank, let's get to the mailbag questions. We have some on the text board that have been coming in as well, so we'll throw those out. If you have a mailbag question for Frank, 609-403-0973. The Phillies lineup is out, and Bryson Stott is not in the lineup tonight. The Phillies are facing a lefty. It is Edmundo Sosa at second base. Weston Wilson is also in the lineup. Of course, Brandon Marsh. Let's get your quick thoughts on Brandon Marsh. He's going to sit out the next couple days, I guess. He did play at AAA a couple days. He was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts the other night, and then he left that game. Do you anticipate that they are slow playing this Marsh thing here?
I think so. I think when they sent him on that rehab assignment, they were going to let him play a while. I mean, you do get more than just a couple games. Now, the Phillies traditionally have not sent their players on rehab assignments lately. So if you think back to the the bigger players, I suppose, and like the Harpers and the Schwarbers, the Turners, they really haven't spent a lot of time for a rehab assignment. In baseball, they do give you 30 days for position players. Now, his clock can start over again since he seems to have re-aggravated that injury. But I kind of thought when they embarked on that rehab assignment that he would stay there until he started hitting again. I mean, because let's face it, in the major leagues, he was not hitting very well. In fact, I believe I even talked about considering optioning him to the minor leagues. Well, this is a kinder way to do it. Whereas once he goes down and starts this rehab assignment, he could spend 30 days doing it. So I would expect that when he feels better, that clock can even start over again. They might not need it all, but I think they would make a point of giving him many at-bats to prove not just that he's healthy, but that he's also able to work on that swing a little bit.
All right, some questions coming in. Let's get to some text questions here. We'll get to some of the mailbag questions on the website, too. Do you see the Phillies and Twins lining up for a more significant trade? They traded Cody Clemens to the Twins for cash considerations, perhaps a Byron Buxton, plus the Twins have a wealth of bullpen arms for the Phillies prospects not named Painter, Crawford, or Miller. So they did trade Cody Clemens to Minnesota, so they have had some talks on the phone. Do they pick up the phone and say, hey, you have anything else you would like to send our way?
Well, I suppose Byron Buxton's been someone that they've kind of been interested in for years now. Twins up to this point have not really been that interested in making sure that that they're making a trade for him, right? I mean, I think the Twins want to keep him. So I didn't really get the impression that they ever necessarily would. I think he would be somebody that would cost them a lot in prospects. Really a prolific player and center fielder. Even showed some pop at times, but yeah, that Twins team has a lot of talent on it. I think it's still a little preliminary to kind of rule them out. In fact, any of these teams right now, one of the things that this new wild card has done is kept many more teams in the race for much longer. So, I mean, if you think about it now, you look at the American League standings and you say, okay, well, the Twins are in fourth place, but they're only 3 games under 500, and if you can win a couple series in a row, then all of a sudden.
What do you think of a player like Buxton? Would you have to give up a Miller, a Painter, or Crawford to get a Buxton?
See, it depends on the team's motivation. I think the Twins aren't necessarily as motivated to trade him. Now, I think when you get into certain names, if the team's kind of decided that they're going to move the player, then they're just trying to get the best deal that they can get. And often when that happens, you don't get those top prospects in trade. But, I don't know that the Twins are necessarily out looking to get rid of him. They might listen, but, I think that's when they're one of those players. Well, if you ask, well, then they're going to give you one of those names as a response. Now, sometimes teams say yes to that if they're feeling really desperate. I don't know that the Phillies are yet, but yeah, Buxton's a heck of a player, and if he's available in trade, I would imagine that the Phillies would be in on him, but I just don't know that we can count the Twins out just yet, because they are a talented little team there, and I think that they, very well are two series away from being right back in the thick of a wild card. So it's hard to imagine the Twins as a trade partner just yet.
Yeah, and they, as you mentioned, they've got some bullpen arms too. But I agree with you. This is a team that had expectations last year, didn't meet them, and now they think that this group maybe gets another shot at it. And Buxton doesn't do a lot for me. I don't know where you sit on him. He's always hurt. I mean, it feels like I can't trust him.
Yeah, that's fair to say. He has been hurt an awful lot, but when he's healthy, he's a prolific defensive player. He hits from the right side. I think we'll get to a question about that later, but I think the Phillies could use someone from the right side. But he's got a little pop, got speed. But yeah, you want to keep him on the field. So I mean, he's one of those players. If you come down to July, then I'm just looking at the games played. 2023, 85 games, 22, 92 games, 21, 61 games.
Always
kind of rolling the dice a little bit. Yeah. Last year he played 102, and that was one of his that was actually the second most games he's played in a season, and that was 102 games.
All right, Frank, so let's go to another question from the text board. Shaner in EHT says, why does Harper get a free pass batting under 240 with minimal performance with runners in scoring position? This is you're starting to hear this a little bit more. I have other people that, hey, no one ever gets on Harper. No one ever gets on Harper. Schwarber's struggling as the protection behind Harper. Castellanos has really struggled as the guy behind Harper. But what about Harper himself?
Well, I think we've all seen, I say we as anybody in Philadelphia who watches the Phillies a lot, we've seen him just become absolutely electric for weeks at a time. And it might be 240 now. Do I think it's going to be 240 at the end of the season? I would say absolutely not. But you saw him start off a little slow, and then he had a nice little stretch, and then last 7 games batting just 143. He's definitely in a little bit of a slump, but you just kind of know it's some night he's just going to show up and go 4 for 4 and drive in a home run or two, drive in some runs, and he'll be back to his old self. So I think that his track record shows you that he's going to heat up. And by the way, his OPS at this point is 793. I mean, it's almost at the 800 mark. That's not terrible. He still is getting on base. He still is hitting extra base hits when he hits. So he's really not that far from breaking out. So I think in his situation, he says he batted 143 for the last week. He did have 5 walks in there, did steal a base. So, I mean, he's always contributing even when he's struggling. So I would not put it past any team to just sort of give in to him and think he's not going to do anything and just, not pitch him seriously, because I think he would make them pay big time. So he's one of those that you never know when he's just going to snap out of it.
All right, a couple people asking this question. I know we got one in the mailbag from Daniel. Sean texted in. Otto Kemp is off to a fast start at AAA. Is there a possibility that he could be someone they call up? This team's lacking power. He's provided that at the AAA level. Sean says, what's the timetable before they give him a chance? I don't know how many people out there really know who Otto Kemp is or much about him. Not really like a high-level prospect for them. So thoughts on Sean and Daniel's questions?
He's a really interesting player to watch. The Phillies had him in spring training the last couple. I think he had a minor appearance 2 years ago. This year he played a lot. And whenever he would come into games, he'd be at a different position every time, it felt like. But he's a very versatile player. And if you look into his history, a lot of injury in high school, plays Division II baseball, not even Division I baseball, doesn't get drafted. Phillies pick him up as an undrafted free agent, and he's even had a couple little minor injuries with the Phillies, but he's moved up the entire system. I mean, how many non-drafted free agents actually get to do that in Major League Baseball? And he is kind of knocking on the door. He's at AAA now, batting .313, 11 doubles, 7 home runs, 21 RBI, on-base percentage of .415, although that was aided by him getting hit by 4 pitches in one night. So at AAA this season. So that he's getting on base. He's doing the things you need to do. He shows some power. And the cool thing is he's playing around the diamond. So he's played first, he's played second, he's played third, he's played left field. He's kind of a really nice player that I think, while they're probably not ready to call him up yet, I think he's the type of player that once you have an injury or something and you need to find somebody to bring up, and let's face it, the Phillies just traded Clemens, right? As we just said, now you'll have an opportunity for someone else maybe to step up. Hey, we thought that Clemens as a left-handed bat might not have fit in so great, and that's why they kind of went to Weston Wilson. But, if there's another injury of some sort, Kemp could be it. Now, one thing working against him is he's not on the 40-man roster yet, but, they'll find room for him maybe if they need another Weston Wilson type on their roster. So
yeah, I was going to say, would you compare, hey, Otto Kemp, I don't know much about this guy. His numbers look great. Okay, calm down. Is he a Weston Wilson? Is he a Buddy Kennedy? Where does he play? How would the Phillies be able to utilize him?
They would kind of use him like Weston Wilson, to be frank. I mean, Weston Wilson played infield and outfield for the team, and he's a right-handed bat option. Now, would they demote Weston Wilson to bring him up? I would tend to say no. But if someone like Weston...
What's a path for him to get here and help this team?
Weston Wilson be hurt? I mean, I hate to frame it that way because you don't want anybody to be hurt. But, I mean, he kind of profiles similarly to Weston Wilson so far. Now, at AAA, he's putting up all these numbers. At some point, I'm sure they're going to be a book on him, and the AAA pitchers will know how to pitch him. So... But he's definitely leaving a mark at AAA, and he's kind of the type of player that you notice, right? And while I don't think they would demote a Wilson for him, certainly not going to demote a Sosa for him. They're your 2 right-handed bench bats. If they need a right-handed bench bat, maybe if Johan Rojas gets injured or something, maybe that's when they or they need to fill in for a few days. Again, I don't like to think about what ifs, but in terms of injury, but you've got someone there that you can plug almost anywhere.
So, it looks like Otto Kemp, who he's not a good defensive player from what I understand, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not, but he's versatile, right? I mean, he's probably Cody Clemens-ish with the defense, right? I mean, you don't want to make your Cody Clemens your everyday shortstop by any means, but the Phillies did throw him there once, and it wasn't the end of the world.
Nick wants to know, he says it's early, kind of a question that we got asked on the text board here. He says it's early, is a little bit more broad, though. That first text message was specific to the Twins. Nick says, what positions and maybe some specific players you would target at the trade deadline?
Well, to me, the Phillies need to make things right. And when I say that, yes, I'm pun intended. From the right side, pitching in the bullpen, from the right side of the plate, the Phillies, it seems, could use a little bit of help. I mean, I'm just running down the ERAs of the right-handed arms in the bullpen. Carlos Hernandez, 7.20. Orion Kirkering, 5.23, and I think he's one of the more promising ones. Jordan Romano, 12.19. Joe Ross, 5.02. Jose Ruiz, 5.40. Now, and actually, some of them have come down in the last week or so, but Phillies clearly are not getting it done from the right side in the bullpen. Now, the one name that came out that you wrote about, Mike, is Ryan Helsley from the St. Louis Cardinals. Helsley's a right-handed closer and pretty good one too. And Bob Nightingale of USA Today said the Phillies are already keeping tabs on him, and not surprisingly, they're not the only one. The Arizona Diamondbacks have also been looking at him, as Bob Nightingale reports. So I think he's the type of player that they really could use. Wouldn't it be nice? There's not many lockdown closer types in the major leagues anymore, and he's probably one of the few that you could think of, let alone be able to acquire in a trade. So, going to be expensive, though. I know one of the points that Nightingale made is, the Phillies probably don't want to include Painter or Miller in any type of trade, but they might be able to compete with other teams interested, but besides the right-handed arm in the bullpen, I think a right-handed bat would be helpful too. We look at today's lineup, for example. They signed Max Kepler to replace Austin Hayes, but Austin Hayes was a righty, Kepler's a lefty, and if you look at the right-handed subs today, yeah, Sosa's been doing well, but Wilson doesn't have the name that somebody else might have. So I think a right-handed bat would be the type of thing that the Phillies could really use, that they could feel more comfortable, maybe in the middle of that lineup. In fact, if they can work out a trade for Helsley with the Cardinals, maybe they can take Nolan Arenado too. Arenado is somebody that the Cardinals have been looking to trade openly this past offseason. They didn't get a deal done. Arenado turned down a trade to the Astros, I think it was. But he probably will be moved at the deadline as well. Could the Phillies get both? I don't know. The high salary of Arenado means maybe they've got a shot, but Alec Boehm, I guess it depends a lot on him. Is he going to be consistent? I mean, he spent the last short while batting eighth. He's batting sixth today. Boehm, is he going to show the type of improvement that makes you feel like you've got a reliable right-handed bat again? I don't know. So I think that will help answer the question. And then if it's for a rental player like Arenado, then you would have a spot in your infield open the following year for Aiden Miller to come up if he's ready to come up. So and the other name that I like, I've said this on the air once before, is Andrew McCutchen. Now, McCutchen signed with the Pirates pretty much with the understanding that he would not be traded, but could the Phillies call his agent and say, hey, would he be willing to come to Philadelphia? He had some history here, and he might like it, and we want to win a championship. Might he be open to it? I don't know, but trading for McCutchen to play on nights like tonight, I think would be really, really helpful to the Phillies down the stretch. But again, I don't know if he would be willing to accept a trade.
All right, Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com, our Phillies insider who answers your questions every Tuesday. Evan wants to know, is there any arms at AAA that could be called up to help the bullpen? We talked about Otto Kemp offensively. Phillies actually made an interesting move at the AAA level, Frank. Expand on that.
Yeah, literally a week ago, we were saying, okay, well, maybe the Phillies could move somebody to the bullpen and make their own right-handed arm out of the bullpen, and they actually did just that very night. Seth, we saw that the acquisition that the Phillies got last year in the Gregory Soto deal, Seth Johnson, he made his first bullpen appearance last Tuesday, and he's made 3 overall since then. So they're going to take Seth Johnson and see if they can mold him into a reliever. And it sounds like the conversation with him was that They called him in and said, "Hey, listen, it's nothing you're doing wrong per se, but your path to the major leagues could be fastest if we can get you into the mold of a right-handed bullpen arm." And he was all ears, and then went right to work in the bullpen there. And we're seeing the Phillies try to make creative use of their internal options so that they have some more help from the right side. So again, with those right-handed arms not getting it done that we saw that we just mentioned a moment ago, the Phillies are certainly seeing what they can do with the talent that they have. And Johnson's a good candidate for that. He's got 2 good pitches, and his third pitch he's never really perfected. So it might be better that if he's in the bullpen, he can get away with those 2 pitches, compared to somebody who's looking to start and pitch a large number of innings. So we'll see what Johnson does at AAA, and he could play himself into a role there. He's already on the 40-man roster, can come up and down, and he's the kind of guy that if you bring him up for a little bit, if you do make a trade for somebody like a Helsley or other, you can simply just option him back into AAA and have him ready there for you next time you need him.
All right, real quick. They mentioned on the broadcast about Romano tipping pitches. He looked much better the other night, but we have seen him look much better in other outings this year, and his ERA still around 12. Did you see enough Sunday night to say, I feel better about Romano?
Not even Sunday night. Even the game that he lost against the Mets, there was some signs that it's not an injury concern. When he came off his 2 All-Star seasons and last season spent a lot of it injured, he did not look good, and that was because he was hurt and lost his velocity. Even against the Mets, he was throwing 98 and striking guys out. So I thought, okay, they can work with this here. So I think it was just a mechanical thing, which gave me some promise. I know that was a miserable loss to the Mets, right? It seemed like the Phillies might finally take one in that series, and ultimately he blew it in the 10th. But I thought that watching him then, it showed some promise, and it was a mechanical thing more than it was a any type of something like an injury that would doom him for later. So we'll see. That's why they have pitching coaches, and they can try to get his mechanics right. And yeah, if he is indeed chipping pitches, then certainly get away from that. So we know that he's not good in the stretch, right? So if those
brutal in the stretch,
yeah, that extra runner on base in the 10th, probably not a good match for him. But the Phillies clearly, you noticed in the last game against the Cubs, where they did come back and win, that they had Kerkering ahead of him and Alvarado ahead of him, right? So he was sort of plan B for the late inning right-handed arm. Hopefully he can get that right, but the fact that he's still hit 98 makes me think that he's got a shot to get his mechanics right.
All right, Frank Close answers your questions every week right here on the Sports Bash. We'll do it again next week. Phillies and Nationals tonight. The lineup is out. We told you it at the front. We'll tell you it coming up in just a moment here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Frank Close, everybody, 97.3 ESPN.com, our Phillies insider every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash, answering your Phillies mailbag questions. Yeah, Phillies lineup tonight. Real quick, we'll get it to you. It is Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Real Muto, Bohm, Sosa's playing second base tonight, Wilson, and Rojas. So that's your lineup tonight for the Phils against left-hander Mackenzie Gore. When we come back, our draft expert, Rick Saratella, is back for one final recap. What were his favorite picks and impressions of Howie Roseman's draft? Find out next on the Sports Bash.
If a carpet refresh is on your to-do list, now's the time to check it off, because right now you can take advantage of our Buy More, Save More savings. The more you buy, the more you save, up to 15% on select special order carpet purchases. Plus, the Home Depot Home Services can handle the installation for you. All that's left is to enjoy that stunning new carpet and step into softness. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Offer valid April 17th through May 4th. Receive up to 15% off special select order carpet purchases. Minimum purchase required. Exclusions apply. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for a night of non-stop laughter. Colin Jost, star of NBC's Saturday Night Live, is coming to Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on Saturday, August 2nd. Experience an evening filled with hilarious comedy from the Weekend Update co-anchor. Don't miss your chance to see Colin Jost live at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale Friday, May 2nd at theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 3:30 on a Tuesday afternoon. Sports Bash this hour is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. I'm Mike Gill. Rick Saratella, NFL Draft Bible, all access. The draft is in the books. But how'd the Eagles do? What did Rick Saratella think about the fits? We talked to him last week about the draft and leading up to it, but now we know all the results, man. They're all in. The picks are in. Let's see what Rick Saratella thinks about how Howie Roseman and the Eagles did. We'll go through the picks here and get his thoughts on their fits and what he sees from these players at the pro level as Rick Saratella from NFL Draft Bible joins me right now on the Sports Bash. All right, man, your Christmas day is over. It's time to look back at your presents. What's going on?
Oh, Mike Gill, what the deal, baby? We got something to talk about today or what? I mean, What an exciting weekend. Draft ratings through the roof. Aside from the COVID year, the first round was a record-setting TV viewership. And then day two broke the all-time ratings record, 40% year, after year TV ratings due to the Shador Sanders watch. So the drama increased the audience, the eyeballs. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, well, the Shador Sanders thing went all the way to day number 3. We could dive into that in just a little bit. I want to get some thoughts. We talked a little bit on Friday about Jahad Campbell, and the thought with Philadelphia there. Obviously, he's there for other reasons, the injuries that he has. Do you look back and say those injuries are going to be a real concern for you with this fit and this pick?
Well, I think it's a long-term vision, right? And so not all the time, you can't always get what you want, Mike. And you want a good player, sometimes you got to take the risk that comes with the reward and sacrifice, which is the start of the season, because he might not be ready for training camp. He might not be ready till after the bye week. But you know what? When he comes back, you're going to have potentially a top 10 caliber player that you can plug and play into your lineup. You can use him as a situational pass rusher. You could pretty much play him at any linebacker spot that you desire. So the skill set, we saw it at the combine, what he did with the torn labrum injury. So you got a phenomenal athlete, SEC, battle-tested, proven. You know how he likes those guys.
Yes, he does, and he's got a guy that some people thought was a top 15, top 10 player. Were you in that camp?
I did have him right around there, top 20, top 15, absolutely, yes.
All right, let's go to round 2 on Friday night, and you got Andrew Makuba, the safety from Texas. A lot of mixed reviews there. I mean, yesterday Sal Palantonio was on with us. He thought the Eagles should have made an aggressive move to go get Malachi Starks. They end up with Andrew Makuba. Do you like Makuba as a fit for Philadelphia and maybe a day 1 starter?
I do, Mike, and I did not have him in the day 2 range. I kind of saw him more as an early day 3 guy. But when you talk about what they lost in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Makumba is the same caliber type of safety, and I'm talking about ball hawk, interceptions, turnovers, nose for the football. So when you talk about a similar skill set to what CJ brought, this is a almost identical player. He comes over from Zimbabwe in the 5th grade. He discovers the game of football. First true freshman to start at Clemson since they kept keeping tabs on such a thing. He actually transferred from Clemson to Texas because he felt like he wasn't being challenged enough. And all he did was come to Texas, have a career year, 5 interceptions. I mean, this guy is all over the football field. So I think Howie Roseman identified a need and a talent, and talent meets best player available and need. So I like the pick.
Okay, a lot of people buzzing about their 4th round pick. Now, did you like Howie moving and getting out of the 3rd round? Some people said, hey, there was too much value to get out of that 3rd round. They got out of the 3rd round altogether. They get the 4th round, pick 9, Ty Robinson, a defensive tackle there. So thoughts on that strategy and what they ended up getting instead of a 3rd round pick?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. What rounds they come, as long as you identify what you're looking for. This is a guy that has a tremendous experience, 60 games played, 47 starts in 6 seasons at Nebraska. You can plug and play him up again. Again, an interchangeable part. In terms of the defensive line, former 4-star recruit. And you talk about traits, Mike, 6'5", 290 pounds. He ran a 4.83 40-yard dash, almost 21 miles per hour for the near 300-pounder, 34-inch vertical. That's the kind of athleticism that Ty Robinson brings. So, he's a big grizzly bear in the trenches, hard to move off his mark, is proven to swallow double teams, great strength, lower stout, gain leverage. So a rotational guy for the defensive line.
Okay, a lot of people buzzing about him, as you mentioned, the traits there. Then there's Mac McWilliams. Start to get to the 5th round here. You get Mac McWilliams, though, a guy from UCF that started 4 seasons. I mean, he was at UAB, then he went over to Central Florida, and some people think that he could be a contributor, but he was a slot guy who played some outside.
Yeah, he's probably going to be a nickelback special teamer kind of guy. Had a great Senior Bowl, by the way. Also can return kicks. Great leadership presence, tested very, very well. He had a 4.41 40-yard dash, almost 23 miles per hour, 34-inch vert. So when you talk about measurables, little bit short, 5'10", undersized. That's why he's going to slot inside at that nickelback position. but you talk about a nose for the football, can flip his hips, cat-like reactions. Mac McWilliams, again, an experienced, well-accomplished player who transferred from UAB to UCF for his final season.
All right, now you're starting to get a little deeper here, but these are the kind of guys that you like, man. These are these late round gems. You mentioned the Senior Bowl. You're always at these events, so you get a chance to see these guys up close and personal. You got Smile Mondon, Georgia, another Georgia guy. Now, my producer's a big fan of him. Thinks he could be a contributor, special teams kind of guy. It looks like off the bat there, but very productive player at Georgia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking about a 5-star recruit out of Georgia. So, again, big-time pedigree. Really, his career was shadowed by injuries, Mike, specifically a foot injury this past season, which kind of dampened his draft stock. But when you talk about the size, 6'2", 224 pounds, the speed at 4.58, the athleticism, Smile Mondon constantly shows up around the football. I think he's underrated in his ability to drop back in pass coverage. He played the Mike position at Georgia, but again, he's got a multi-dimensional skill set here in my notes that can play any off-ball linebacker spot. So you talk about Eagles, they like to cross-train their players. I can expect to see Smile Mondon getting reps at all the linebacker positions in training camp.
Yeah, and another Georgia Bulldog, so he's got some buddies on the team. He feels pretty comfortable. And then there's this run of 4 straight offensive players, 2 of which have bloodlines NFL. Drew Kendall, his father Pete Kendall, he's a center. They kind of needed that backup center behind Cam Jurgens. Kyle McCord, another quarterback to the quarterback room. The Eagles like to fill that quarterback room up. Then Miles Hinton, his father Chris, was an awesome tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. Cameron Williams. So those 4 little offensive, a little pocket of offense, they went from round 5 to the middle of round 6.
Yeah, you know, Howie considers himself a QB whisperer, so he always drafts a quarterback. McCord, somewhat of a local product. I think he'll be able to develop in Philadelphia. Drew Kendall, I mean, this was tremendous value. My number 1 center on the board goes at 168 overall. You mentioned his father, Pete Kendall, former first-round pick of the 96 Seahawks. Also, Drew Kendall's coach growing up. So you talk about tenacious technique, fundamentally sound, smart, high acumen type of player. Mac McWilliams, 0 penalties. Drew Kendall, I believe, 0 penalties. So disciplined players. Now, Cameron Williams, not so much. He was flagged for 7 penalties, so he's a little bit undisciplined with the body weight, 360 pounds. I think he came in at 325 at the combine, so his weight will fluctuate. He also battled an injury his senior year, but he is a guy, I think he's strictly a right tackle. And then Miles Hinton is a guy, I think he has inside-outside versatility, Mike, but I got to be honest with you, there is a stigma around Stanford football players, which is where Miles Hinton began his career, and you wonder how much those guys love football, the passion for the game. Do they really need football? And, you know, in 8th grade, Miles Hinton actually considered quitting football. And I think when you question somebody's love for the game and passion, they tend to slide in the draft. But Chris Hinton, a very good player, if you remember. So I think Hinton, if his heart is into it, could be an under-the-radar contributor depth piece for the Eagles.
Oh, yeah. His dad was awesome. He was a very good player with the Indianapolis Colts. And then, you know, 7th, 6th round, the last pick they get here, you know, a lot of times you're just like, okay, you took a flyer. This is a very productive guy to take a flyer on. Antoine Powell-Ryland, ACC, Virginia Tech, an edge rusher with 25.5 sacks over the last 2 years. Sometimes you're taking a flyer on a guy, small school, athletic. This is a guy who went to an ACC school and was highly productive.
Yeah, a lot of production, Mike. In fact, the last 2 years, he had 44 tackles for loss, 25.5 sacks at Virginia Tech, began his career at Florida. So, again, big-time pedigree, pass rush repertoire, rip, swim moves, high football IQ. So when you talk about 6'2.5", a little bit undersized, 31-inch arms, you know, that's probably why he slid in the draft. But, man, when you see a defensive lineman that runs 22 miles an hour, leaps 40-inch vertical, 10'4" broad jump, those are traits and characteristics. You just can't teach that kind of stuff. So can they get it out of him? Will the light bulb go on for Antoine Powell-Ryland? If so, watch out.
All right, real quick, let's take a quick thought from you. Washington had 5 picks. Josh Connerly, Trey Amos, Lane, the wide receiver, Medrano, the linebacker, and they ended Krosky Merritt from Arizona as the running back. That 5-person class, overview on them.
Well, I liked what they did at the tackle position specifically because they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They drafted Josh Connerly. They got new bookends to protect Jaden Daniels. And I thought Trey Amos, their second-round pick, lengthy, physical corner, could play man or zone, was very under the radar. Like Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the East-West Shrine Bowl MVP. Keep an eye on that young man.
All right, let's go to the Giants. Carter, Dart, we talked about them on Thursday. They kept going. They got another defensive player. Their defensive line, Darius Alexander from Toledo, Cam Scattaboo. I know you like him a lot. So they also got a tight end in there, an offensive guard, which they needed, and Corey Black, the cornerback there. So a kind of an interesting draft class, highlighted obviously by Abdul Carter, but the Giants are getting good reviews.
Yeah, well, listen, this team is going to come at you now. You throw Carter into the mix with Thibodeau and Brian Burns, and you got Dexter Lawrence. I mean, this team is built in the trenches. Then they add Darius Alexander out of Toledo, who you mentioned, 25-year-old plug-and-play defensive tackle. I really thought they changed the identity specifically on their offense, too, because Cam Scattaboo and Marcus Mabo, the 5th-round pick out of Purdue. I watched Mabo irritate and irk defensive lineman after defensive lineman. He plays through the whistle. So those two guys are going to raise the level of competitiveness in addition to bringing a much-needed depth, Mike.
All right, and then there's Dallas. Thursday night, they went with an offensive guard and Tyler Booker. People love the player, Booker. He's going to be the guy. Possibly he gets matched up with Jalen Carter, so we could be watching those two guys. Ezaraku, people like that pick. Siobhan Ravel, watched a lot of him. My girlfriend's an ECU grad, so I've seen him in person a few times down at the Military Bowl last year. Jaden Blue, Big 12, running back. Then they, James the linebacker, Cornelius at tackle. It feels like they hit on a lot of things there, Dallas.
Well, they stayed true to their board, and they added, I think, 3 potential new starters with the first 3 picks. I mean, Tyler Booker, to me, was the number 1 overall offensive line prospect. If you listen to his draft interview, how do you not like this man? I just love to demoralize my opponent and watch the joy come off of their face as the game wears on. I mean, this guy is a bruiser. Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College. I can't believe he lasted all the way to 44th pick. One of the fastest first steps in the draft, stays low to the ground, can twist and bend, explosive. I mean, this guy is a double-digit sack guy in the making, I believe. And then Siobhan Revel Jr., if not for the injury, I mean, there's some people who believed he was arguably the best cornerback in the draft outside of Travis Hunter. He is that good. Aside from coming from ECU, there's a lot to like about Siobhan Revel. So I think they added 3 impact starters there. And then Jadon Blue, obviously they needed to inject some young legs into that backfield. He gives them a little bit of a home run threat.
There you go. A little breakdown of the NFC East, Philadelphia's opponents here as we get ready now for the spring practices, the OTAs, and all that stuff. That's this weekend for the Eagles. They got the minicamp stuff. By the way, Atlantic City's Nasir Morgan, Flash Morgan, Delaware Valley. He got a rookie minicamp. What is these rookie minicamps? How do they differ from an undrafted rookie free agent?
Well, yeah, so the rookie mini camps, you're going to have players who come in as undrafted free agents with the draft class, and then you have guys who are there on a tryout basis. So in other words, Mike, they're coming in without a guaranteed contract, without any kind of signing bonus up front. They're just there on a tryout basis, and oftentimes these guys will go from camp to camp and try to latch on and see if they can get an invite to the 90-man August training camp. You
familiar with Flash?
I did. I saw the article that you put out there. I was excited for that young man, and there's nothing like the story of an underdog local product, right?
Yeah, it's funny because we remember he was a very good basketball player with those Atlantic City Vikings basketball teams, and then he started at Maine. I think he ended up somewhere else, and then at Delaware Valley. So it'll be cool to see him up on the field. Big dude, 6'5", wide receiver. So those kind of guys are always intriguing prospects. We'll keep an eye on Flash Morgan from ACHS. He's Rick Saratella. The draft coverage has been great. We've been enjoying it. A lot of great feedback as well. Thanks to everybody out there who've been giving us the feedback. And, the draft is now over. 2026. Let's start 2026 question. Do you like the quarterback class of 2026?
Oh, baby, buckle up. I love the quarterback class, Mike, and it depends on who comes out now. You got Arch Manning at Texas, Lenora Sellers from South Carolina. Keep an eye on that young man. And then Nico is going to be an interesting case study at UCLA. Drew Alar from Penn State. Some people like him. Grant Newsemeyer from LSU. I mean, Carson Beck at Miami. You could see another half dozen in the first round equation.
Well, we're looking forward to the next year's draft already. He'll be back next year with all that stuff here on the Sports Bash Live. Follow him, of course, Rick Saratella, in all his draft coverage. NFL Draft Bible, All Access Football, and you can find him on all the social media platforms. All right, man. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Rick Saratella, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live with all the insight during this draft season. Hope you enjoyed all of his draft coverage. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming of the show. You can watch it on the X platform and on YouTube. Just search at Mike Gill Show, and you can be a part of the show on the X platform, on the YouTube chat, and on our text board, 609-403-0973. When we come back, we'll get you ready for football at 4. Adam Kaplan looking at how the Eagles' depth chart stacks up now that the draft is in the books. That's coming up in 13 minutes. All right, 3:53 this hour, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing, service and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Mike Gill in the Sports Bash. Coming up next hour, Adam Kaplan, football at 4. What's the Eagles' depth chart look like now after the draft? We'll get some final thoughts on his final thoughts on the draft, and we'll see how the depth chart kind of stacks up. Kyle McCord, is he in play for the backup role, or is that definitively Tanner McKee's spot? We'll dive into that. The Eagles did not add a wide receiver in the draft. They did add a couple of offensive linemen. How do they stack up? And then, of course, on the defensive side of the ball, we'll look at the offensive depth chart first, and then we'll dive into the defense later on. But this new look offensive line in terms of the depth there, we'll take a look at all that and more coming up on the Sports Bash. And don't forget the Phillies lineup. That is out as well. We gave you that a little bit earlier in the hour. Bryson Stott not in the lineup tonight. So you got Trey Turner in the leadoff spot, followed by Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto in the 5-hole tonight. Alec Boehm hits number 6, and then 7 is Sosa, 8 is Weston Wilson, and number 9 is Johan Rojas. So no Kepler, no Stott in the lineup tonight for the Phils, and Alec Boehm goes from 8 up to 6 now. So we'll see how the Phillies fare against Mackenzie Gore, who struck out 13 Phillies on opening day. We'll have more on that coming up later on in the show. Right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button. If you're on the X platform, hit the repost button. And if you're listening on the radio, we got more with Adam Kaplan for Football at 4. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. Get his thoughts on the Eagles draft class and how they fit in to their depth chart now, as the Eagles drafted 6 players on defense, 4 on the offensive side of the ball. We think most of the players on offense are more depth pieces. The defense might have more impactful players in the first year of their rookie seasons. But let's bring in Adam Kaplan and see what he's hearing and what he thinks about this Eagles draft class right now on a Sports Bash Tuesday edition of Football at 4. Adam, what's up, buddy?
Mike, good talk to you. Yeah, I haven't talked to you since last week, so yeah, it's been fascinating. So, I actually got off the phone with someone in scouting from another team today about an hour ago, and he actually went over. He was nice enough to go over the players that he actually watched film of, because he had part of his job was to give over the top grades. He was asked us to grade tape of certain positions. So let's get into that, Mike. Jahad Campbell, look, universally, the cool thing about this Eagles draft class, Mike, including Jahad Campbell, is, other than Cameron Williams, who we'll talk about, Mike, I think everyone liked the draft class. Like, really, not that there's anything wrong with Cameron Williams, but there's just, he's a project. But overall, for the second straight year, I'd say, Mike, this is just right after the draft, getting opinions from those in scouting mostly I talked to some coaches, but mostly people in scouting. Everybody likes the Eagles draft. I mean, the later you get, the less they like it, but they don't really have a problem with any of it. It's interesting because you never know when you talk to people. Like back in 2020, everyone I spoke with to slam the Jalen Reagor pick. I tried to explain the Eagles' thinking. No one really wanted to buy it. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was a guy that a lot of people in scouting did not like. That's when Howie kind of did things a certain way, but there's a reason why he's now one of the best drafters and arguably the best GM in the National Football League, because he's just doing a much better job, Mike, in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, and you've talked a lot. It's about the future. It's not about initially right now. But you take a look at, okay, Campbell's a player that probably could play right away. Makuba is a guy that I would imagine is at least in competition to play right away. Ty Robinson, can he be a rotational player right away? Yeah,
he can, Mike. Boy, it's funny. So they had, 10 draft picks?
Yes. 6 on defense, 4 on offense.
Right. If I polled, I know how people felt about him. Let's say I got 20 opinions. I would say the opinions on Ty Robinson were more positive than even Jahad Campbell, and everybody liked Jahad Campbell. Everyone I spoke with raved about Ty Robinson. The knock on him, and it's not something that he really controls, it's what is he? A lot of the guys I spoke with don't think he's a 43 D tackle, or he can be, but he's not really a 3 technique. He's built a little bit bigger than your typical 3 technique, but he might be a little smaller. It's not weight, Mike. It's just the body type. This is all from coaching tape. This has nothing to do with measurables. It's more about what the tape looks like, because that's everything we get is tape based, nothing else. It's not conjecture or from a message board. It's from people who actually work in the National Football League. But everybody likes the energy. The way his style of play is really good. Everyone I've talked to said the Eagles probably got a really good value in the 4th. He had some 3rd-round grades. And he's a better fit for the scheme that they play than he would be for 43. The Eagles want an odd man front. He's not a good match for an even front, and the Eagles run an odd front. So that's a guy that everybody likes. Now let's get to Drew Makuba. Now, by the way, he goes by Drew, not Andrew, so we'll call him Drew from now on in. Everybody likes him. Now, some teams like him more than others, like the Eagles did. Some teams liked Watts, the safety from Notre Dame. The Eagles liked him a lot too. But the thing about Makuba over Watts is he's a better athlete. He's got a little bit better versatility. Watts is a little bit. He's got more of a thicker body than Makuba. Makuba, Mike, what the issue the teams have with him is nothing he really controls. He's on the thinner side. It's not 186, by the way, is not that small. And it's not about just putting on muscle. Putting on muscle does not cure everything. There's this belief in the internet, well, if he just puts 5 pounds on, it'll be fine. It doesn't work that way. It's body type, it's tissue, it's what you're born with, and what you can do with your body from a nutrition and training standpoint, which the Eagles staff will get done. They'll work with him to try to build his body up. But this guy could cover. Mike. You could handle him as a nickel defender. He could actually play on the outside a little bit if you needed to. So this is a pick universally well liked, Mike. To be honest with you, Jeff and I have exchanged a lot of notes. Other than the kid Williams, who, again, we'll talk about him. Cameron Williams, not Mac McWilliams. We'll talk about him in a second. The responses we got in the draft pretty good.
All right, let's look at Mac McWilliams before we move down a little further, because he was a corner in the 5th round. Smile Mondi is a inside linebacker from Georgia, who was a 5-star recruit. So it looks like they got a guy with a lot of upside there. So before we look at those 4 offensive players, let's look at those 2 defensive players, McWilliams and Smile Mondin, the linebacker. Yeah,
Mondin is your typical today's inside backer. He's in the mid to high 220s. When I first started covering the league, you would never draft anyone less than 240. That wasn't done. But the first guy I remember, Mike, you might remember Cato June, who played for the Colts. Cato June was a undersized weak side linebacker out of Michigan, who at one point was 215 pounds with the Colts. A really good football player. And look, if you've got a good front, you could kind of try to protect him. Mondin, we'll see what he weighs when he's with the Eagles, but you don't want to be too heavy, because one of the things you really like about him is his athletic ability. So he's a guy that they're pretty light at inside backer. We'll see where they line up Campbell. Remember, Campbell's coming back from shoulder labrum surgery, so he'll be limited in their off-season program. We'll find out soon what they'll allow him to do and not allow him to do. He won't be able to have contact to at least training camp, if not later. So from a mental standpoint, Campbell's got to he's got to learn the way that they teach it. He's going to start in the inside back room. We know he could be an edge rusher, but for this season, Mike, Mondin's a guy that will have a chance to make the roster. They're light there. Mac McWilliams, by the way, I'm told by 2 teams, he absolutely could play inside or outside corner. He could play nickel. He could play outside. It's just a matter of how the Eagles want to use him. They need him on the outside more than they do nickel. Obviously, they're pretty good with nickel. So we'll see what happens there. But by the way, a guy who's really liked the scouting community.
All right, Adam, they got a string. That was a string of 5 straight defensive players. Then they went with 4 straight offensive players. They took 3 offensive linemen, 1 quarterback, and I would imagine all of these guys are depth pieces and more, guys are going to be reserve players. But the 3 offensive linemen and then the quarterback and Kyle McCord, and there was a lot of buzz in that 5th round that Sanders was on the board, and they might have had interest there and said the Browns jumped over them. They end up with Kyle McCord, who started at Ohio State, ended at Syracuse.
Yeah, so let's go to Drew Kendall, Pete Kendall's son. You might remember Pete Kendall, who played for the Jets and Seahawks. Just like his son Drew. Now, the Eagles see him as a guard center. I think, based on what I've been told from guys who scouted his area, he's more of a center than a guard at this point. They don't know if he's strong enough physically to play guard. They need a backup center, and they'd rather not move Landon Dickerson over. That's why they drafted Kendall. So we'll see. They did not get it right last year on the kid they got from North Carolina State, who was too small. Dylan McMahon, who's now with the Rams. But Kyle McCord's a guy a lot of guys around the National Football League like. And, yeah, he could have gone earlier. He played 1 year, as we know, at Syracuse, put up massive numbers. This is a good developmental prospect. See, you have to remember now, Mike, when you look at guys who are under contract for the future, this will be Tanner McKee's 3rd year, right? And barring a shocker, he'll be the number 2 quarterback. The Eagles are operating as he will definitely be the number 2 quarterback. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is just there. He's on a trade. Howie Roseman liked him for that draft. As we told our listeners, he's now in his 3rd year. So Howie's always looking toward the future, and this is just a smart pick on McCord, a local product. Miles Hinton, Chris Hinton's son. You might remember Chris Hinton, who was involved in the John Elway trade in 1983. Hinton left Stanford. He lost his starting job there. Went to Michigan. He could play right or left tackle. I'll tell you what, Mike, if it all works out for him, as early as year 2, he could be their swing tackle. That's if everything works out. And that's, by the way, the way the Eagles are thinking about this. So that's that. Cameron Williams has incredible measurable traits. That's what they're called. Measurables are a trait, Mike. He's got the biggest hands of any offensive lineman for this from the combine. He's going to be a right tackle. he's got just everything you want in a tackle, but he only has 1 year of starting, and he's raw as a prospect. This is going to be a Jeff Stoughton special. This kid's got a long way to go, Mike. Let's just see what happens. I don't. He might replace Lane Johnson when he's done. Let's let him make the team first, okay? Let's everybody. You know how it is on social media. Everyone's going to be great. John Campbell's the next Seth Joyner. Okay, let the guy play first, okay? John Campbell's extremely interesting. We have a really cool interview we're going to have when someone close to him. We're not going to give that away here, but we got something really cool coming up with him on his career. But Campbell's so interesting. And Antoine Powell Ryland is their last pick. The only I'm trying to figure out why, Mike, he didn't go higher. If you look at his measurables, he's not small. I know he's under 6'3", but he weighed in over 258 at the combine. I don't know. His numbers are good. I don't quite understand why he dropped so far. He's got tremendous upside. I really like. Look, Mike, they haven't played a game yet. Who knows how they'll perform in training camp? But just based on what I know, what I've been told about what personal people think of this draft, I talked to area scouts, over the top scouts, Mike. Overall, this is a draft that people really like on the surface.
All right, Adam Kaplan, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. There you go. A look at the draft class for the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, some depth pieces. They really needed a backup center to Cam Jurgens, so they don't have to use Landon Dickerson in that role. So we'll see if Drew Kendall can be that guy. A couple bloodline players, Kendall, Hinton, and then some interesting prospects as they round this out. So where do these guys fit in? What does this depth chart look like now on the offensive side of the ball as we get ready for the first rookie mini camp this Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, so folks could hear that show we dropped Monday morning, which we got a really good audience for. We appreciate the support. You could hear Jeff Mosher and I go through every position in detail and what it looks like for now and for the future. But we just talked about quarterback. The running back situation, Mike, is interesting because behind Barkley, you got A.J. Dillon who didn't play last year. Will Shipley's got a lot of juice, explosive, but there's questions on how much volume he could handle. Because, Mike, the Eagles have to answer this. What if Barkley gets hurt or he couldn't play for any reason? Well, if Dillon makes the team, how much volume could he handle? Well, he's built to handle volume because that's why the Packers drafted him in the second round, but you just don't know. So you got to see how healthy he is, and then you got Ty Davis-Price, who was drafted by the Niners, Lou Nichols, a power back, who was drafted by the Packers, and Davis-Price by the Niners. And Avery Williams, by the way, it's interesting, Mike. They're calling him a running back. He might wind up being a slot receiver. Who knows? And a special teams returner. Remember, Sirianni was beaming at the owners' meetings about this guy. So we'll see what they do with him in OTAs. Now, receiver, past Dotson, who's on the final of his rookie deal. The jobs are open here, Mike. It's open. Terrace Marshall, I know the Eagles are excited to sign and bring him in here. Anaya Smith is a punt returner and a slot receiver. Danny Gray, who could run, and Elijah Cooks is a big body. So, Mike, it's a situation. The depth isn't very good. They know that. It would be great if Terrace Marshall could show what the Panthers thought they were getting 3 years ago. So we'll see what happens. Goedert, by the way, will move to tight end. Mike, as you know, Goedert's on the team. Will not surprise us if they try to work out some restructured deal on his last year. He's due over $15 million, not guaranteed. Maybe they work out a pay reduction and then he could increase it by incentives. We'll see what happens. But I thought Howie Roseman's words were cryptic. I don't know what everybody's reading into stuff. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know what you thought, Mike.
It wasn't a ringing endorsement. Let's say that.
I know, but we try to warn people, folks. When a club tells the player and agent, "Hey, listen, we're going to give you permission to seek a trade," and he didn't ask for it, that's telling you they want to trade the player. That's what happened. They weren't able to move him. They weren't going to give him away. He's on the team. I don't care that they were 8-1 with him and without him. People are saying, "Oh, they're better off trading him." No, they're not. They're better with him, folks. Watch the player. He's tremendous. He just gets hurt a lot. Grant Calcaterra, Kylan Granson. Mike, he's a F tight end. He cannot play in line. You could try it, but he's too small. He's under 6'2". Harrison Bryant, who we really like. Nick Muse, E.J. Jenkins, and Cameron Latu. Mike, this is insane. all 7 tight ends on their roster, their contracts will expire after the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think, ultimately at this point now, do you think Goedert is more inclined to be back then?
Yeah, I never do percentages. It's a waste of time. But I will tell you that I definitely see a path for him to stay. I'll leave it at that, Mike. I just don't see them cutting him. Why would they cut him? I know people are speculating that. That would floor me, Mike. I would be shocked if they did that.
Yeah.
What
Well,
sense would that make?
It did make a lot of sense. And then hey, they're looking for a 4th-round pick or maybe a pick in a future draft. I mean, did he not have any interest on the?
He did. There were some teams, but my understanding was, Mike, that some teams are going to wait to see what they got in the draft, and that kind of eliminated
I would imagine
it.
Tyler Warren falling to 15 definitely changed the dynamics, because Indianapolis might have been a team interested, right?
Well, of course, with Steichen and other guys who've been in Philly, but yeah, the bottom line is, Mike, Goedert is on the football team, and that's the way they're operating right now. Howie could not, he can't really go into any kind of negotiations or anything related to it because it's just not fair. And that's just the way it is. But we've given people like the Notes version for about 3 months now. Our Patreon members found out about where this was headed before it got reported. So we'll see. But you know what? Now again, it's super early. We don't even know who's coming out. But a friend of mine who's a college director, he said he gave me 4 names of guys who are studs for tight ends next year. So maybe the Eagles get one of those guys.
The offensive line, real quick. You mentioned they drafted 3 guys. I would imagine if they were putting out a depth chart, and I know this is very premature, but you got Juergens, Steen, Dickerson, Mailata Johnson. They brought in Matt Pryor. You traded for Kenyon Green. Yep. Those guys, I would imagine, are safe. Then you have the 3 rookies and then the bunch of the other guys. So it'll be interesting to see how the kind of reserve spots, and then, of course, right guard, that will be the story probably again at training camp.
It is. We'll start at right guard. It's Steen versus Kenyon Green.
Right.
At left guard, it's Dickerson, Keegan. We'll see. Keegan's no lock to make the team. He was a 5th runner last year. Behind Mailata, it's Kendall Lamb. Lamb will play right. He could back up at right or left tackle. Brett Toth somehow is still on the team. On and off the team for 5 years, Mike. It's crazy. Miles Hinton, who I talked about, probably will. Well, we'll see. I would think he would start off backing up at left tackle, but that again, he could play right or left. Behind Lane Johnson, you got Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor could play guard. Darren Kennard has played guard. He's played right tackle, and Cameron Williams, who I mentioned, and Drew Kennel to back up Juergens. Mike, they're loaded in offense. They don't really need to do anything. They're now if Goedert for some surprising reason wound up getting traded before the season started. I don't like the fact that you got all these backups. You don't have there's no one there as a starter. There's just not anyone. Harrison Bryant's the most talented of all of them, but I wouldn't want to go into the season as him as a starter, quite frankly.
Yeah. All right. Real quick before we let Adam Kaplan roll out of here, that wide receiver, they did not take a wide receiver in this class. Dotson, Terrace Marshall, Anaya Smith, Johnny Wilson, and you mentioned Danny Gray and Elijah Cooks, but are they still on the lookout for a receiver? They like that room.
Yeah, that's a good question, Shadow, what we talked about earlier. It would not surprise us, because if we put 15 things that they might do in the draft, that was probably 10th, but it really would behoove them to get another veteran. I'm not real comfortable. Coaches have always given me this line, what's our answer if this happens? Well, what's our answer if A.J. Brown gets hurt? Obviously, it's a major downgrade. Well, Dotson would start versus Smith, and you need some size. And Johnny Wilson's got size, but he doesn't run that well. He's a blocking receiver. That's all he's been for the Eagles in 1 year. Terrace Marshall, Mike, they don't need to do anything now. Now, if Terrace Marshall gets his act together and shows that second-round grade second-round draft pick that he was for the Panthers, then they're good. But I would not, Mike, it's a good thing to bring up. I'd be a little bit itchy. If you and I were running the personnel department, it's probably the only one where I might work out some guys in training camps. So sometimes, Mike, you'll see on an adjacent field some veterans working out. That's a position I'd start working some guys out just to have an emergency list.
All right, Adam Kaplan, the Inside the Birds team and that crew, they're going to be doing plenty of off-season podcasting. And this weekend, the rookies are out on the field. They'll probably start to hear the buzz about some of these guys for the first time on the defensive side of the ball. Everybody loves to see the Birds back on the field as they get ready. Now, yesterday, they're at the White House, so I think officially the Super Bowl run is now behind them, right?
It is, Mike. I'll say this one thing. Okay, I'm going to say one thing about rookie minicamp. I read nothing. It means absolutely nothing about what's going to happen this season, literally zero, except for one thing. I do look at the body types. When I saw Jordan Mailata in 2018, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Now, I had no idea if he could play football or not, but I do look at the body types. If a guy's out of shape, too thin, there was a kid named Alex McAllister, I think that was his name, out of Florida State.
Yep, I remember
really
him.
Thin, Mike. He was so rail thin. I remember turning to someone in the personnel department I said, dude, I know you know more than I do, but are you serious about this guy? He's like a waif. And he never made it, Mike. He never played the NFL. He was too small. He was tall, but he's too thin.
Well, looking forward to what happens this rest of this offseason. And, by the way, as I mentioned to Mosher yesterday, I'll say the same to you. Don't blink. Yeah. Training camp will be here soon.
I know, man. Hey, Browns are coming in again, right? I think Kevin Stefanski and the Browns are coming in.
Yes, they are. 5 quarterbacks will be playing here. We'll see. All right, Adam.
I can't wait for that one. I can't wait for that one.
All right, Adam Kaplan, everybody. Thanks. Take care. There's Adam Kaplan, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live. You out there, 609-403-0973. I want to update the poll question. We've been kind of kicking that around since early back in the beginning of the show at 973 ESPN. Let's see what the poll question says. I'll update the question for our side of things and then the Washington side of things. We asked you in the poll question in the first hour of the show at 973 ESPN. You can go over there and vote. This offseason, have the Washington Commanders gained ground, lost ground, same as last year? So let's update it from a Washington perspective. This is from Kevin Sheehan from 980 The Team in Washington. That has actually taken a considerable change, believe it or not. Now the percentages are 53% think they've gained ground on Philly, 40% think they stayed the same, and 6.9% think they have lost ground. But it was stay the same was in the lead. That is now flipped to 53% of Washington fans believe that the Commanders have gained ground on Philly. So what do our listeners think? We asked the question over on our Twitter page at 973 ESPN. You can follow there and vote. 52% think Washington is the same as last year. They haven't gained any ground. 36% think they have gained ground on the Eagles, and 12% think they've lost ground on Philadelphia. So a little bit more of a close result with our listeners as opposed to the Washington listeners. So there you go. Which game are you more interested in this year? Philly-Washington or Philly-Dallas? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Go to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button. Go to the X platform, hit the repost button, or listen on the radio, 97.3 ESPN, or on the free mobile app. Download the app, 973ESPN.com/app, and you can take your phone and listen to us everywhere you go with the Sports Bash. When we come back, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nuggets is on the road today. Don't know where he's at, but he'll be calling in with his Nuggets for today, and he'll probably be chiming in on our poll question. Phillies lineup is out. Check out the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show for that. Right now, it is a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. All right, 4:30, it's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick's Nuggets is out and about today. I don't even know where the Nuggets are today, but he is with us for today's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN with another edition of Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bash. All right, Nuggets, what's up, man?
What's going on, Mike? Listen, I'm always all over South Jersey, so you're always going to find me at a field somewhere. Actually overseeing a community college softball game right now. We're actually perfect timing for the Nuggets. First game ended, and the second game starts as soon as the Nuggets are over. So, I mean, it couldn't have worked out better for me. It just works out perfectly. And, you know, I must have good luck or something, Mike Gill.
Well, let's hope the luck is pretty good here because the Phils need it tonight against Mackenzie Gore. They struck out 13 times the last time they faced them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where we're going to start with Nugget number one. They finally get to face Mackenzie Gore once again, and Trey Turner leading off tonight. They move Bryce into the second spot, and they have Schwarber batting third tonight. Mike, this is a little bit of a change in what they've been doing. They've had Stott lead off, but Schwarber's cooled off in the 4-hole. So it's a little bit of a twist to start this home stretch for the Phillies. I'll be down there tomorrow night as well, but tonight they get started. They got Wheels and Gore on the mound tonight, but that lineup, it's ever-changing here early on in the season.
Well, it looks like, Nuggets, that they got a straight platoon going here. I mean, left-handed pitcher means Stott's out of the lineup. You got Sosa in there. Left-handed pitcher means Kepler's out of the lineup. You got Weston Wilson in there. I mean, obviously Marsh is hurt, so you don't have to worry about him, but you do have the back-to-back lefties in the 2 and 3 spot in the lineup tonight. I'll tell you, Kyle Schwarber's been struggling a little bit as the protection for Bryce Harper. He has really struggled since they moved him to that spot. So, yeah, not the lefties have been a little bit of an issue. And last time they faced Mackenzie Gore, they struck out 13 times. The narrative was, well, the shades. So we'll see if they clean that up this time.
Yeah, I remember. I put a little bit of blame on the shadows in Washington. It was opening day. I remember we were at Maynard's in Margate. That was a lot of fun. But, yeah, they did strike out a lot. And I'm glad you bring up Kyle Schwarber because I'm curious to see if he eventually gets any play back into the first spot in that lineup. We talked about it with Rothstein the other day. I mean, they win games when he leads it off. I understand the rest of the lineup is a big problem, and, you know, guys have been very inconsistent. But you have to realize they win with Schwarber in that leadoff spot, and he hasn't been doing a great job protecting Bryce Harper in that 4 spot. He's cooled off tremendously. So I wonder if Rob Thompson at some point tries to get a little bit more cue and throw Schwarber back in the leadoff spot just to try it out because they're trying everything at this point.
Yeah, they're listen, you got a situation where your leadoff hitter for most of the time is not even in the lineup on days when there's a left-handed pitcher. That's an odd situation. I don't know any other team that has a guy bat leadoff most days of the week, and then when a left-handed pitcher throws, he's not even in the lineup. You got Alec Boehm is usually in the 8 hole. Today he's in the 6 hole, so they've been able to creep him up. JT Realmuto has struggled this year. He's hitting in the number 5 spot, so don't love, again, the depth of this lineup just seems to be lacking.
I mean, we're going to be talking about this lineup through October, it feels like. That's what it's essentially going to come down to. We're going to be flip-flopping all year long, even if they stay healthy. If they stay relatively healthy, they're still going to be flip-flopping the entire lineup all year. You want a little bit of consistency. I understand in today's game that you can move guys around and it's not a big deal for other teams, but the Phillies, it's just really, really interesting that they flip-flop the lineup so much. I mean, they've brought back relatively the same roster. They've won 90-plus games last year. They've been in the postseason 3 straight years. You've won with that lineup before. So, I don't get – I feel like they're just trying to change the lineup just because, and it's not making really much of a difference because they have the same record for the same amount of games this year.
Well, listen, I didn't have a big problem with them trying to do something to shake the lineup up a little bit because they have failed. You know, and I know they've been so good with Schwarber at the top of the lineup, but the retort to that is I think there's more I'm hoping there's more from Trey Turner. He's been a disappointment.
That's the hope, Mike. I mean, that's the hope. You want to get more out of Turner. You're paying him $300 million. He was brought here to be a difference maker. He has not been that at all. So if Trey Turner, like the whole idea from the offseason was, all right, let's try Trey in the leadoff spot, make a difference, put Schwarber down in the lineup so we can protect Harper, get some power out of that 4-hole, and that's just not happening. And you got to get more out of Trey Turner. He is the X factor in this lineup shuffle. He's clearly the X factor in this entire thing. So if he can't get it going, I mean, they're lost with the top of the lineup.
We talk about it often. They're constantly, every conversation we have, they are one bat or maybe two bats short.
It's you just need some of those high payroll guys to step it up. I mean, Trey Turner needs to. Last year he batted, what, 295? Okay, it was an okay 295, but he didn't make the impact you thought he would when you signed him. He's clearly it's been a massive overpay. You could liken it to a Tobias Harris level contract, since we like talking about the Sixers and the Phillies, and Phillies are entering Sixers territory. I'll compare it to that. And he's been really good on other teams in the leadoff spot. Here, it just hasn't been the same.
No, and by the way, I was talking about the lack of protection from Kyle Schwarber since moving to the lead to the fourth spot in the lineup, which happened back on April 11th. So about 2 weeks it's been, sitting 208 with 1 homer, 6 RBI. Now his on base percentage is still pretty good, 391. There's an interesting number about the Phillies that I guess is a cause for you to have some positivity about this team. And it is, they are third in the majors. I think it's third in the majors in on-base percentage, which means they're getting on base. Their problem has been they're just not knocking the guys in. So this is from your buddy Francisco, who hosts The Shift with you, by the way. He put this out last night, or maybe this morning. Phillies offensive rankings, they are third in on-base percentage in baseball, in all of baseball. They are third. So they're getting on base plenty. They're just not scoring with runners on base. They've been wretched. You would think that would start to even out a little bit.
Well, and what we talked about yesterday, too, the power numbers aren't as strong as you'd want them to be. We talk about boom or bust with this team. They haven't been there as well. You'd like to see them hitting a little bit more home runs. It's supposed to be a power-studded lineup, and you haven't seen them hit as many home runs as you'd like and get those power numbers up. So
home runs, they're 20. Home runs, they are 27th in the league.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they're at the bottom of the barrel. You need more power out of your high-profile guys, and it just hasn't happened. And the runners in scoring position thing, they're I think middle of the pack for the most part. So, they're knocking runs in. It's about the timely hitting, and are they empty runs at that point?
Yeah, the home runs are 27th in all of baseball. OPS is 13th, so kind of a little bit better than middle of the pack. Their batting average is 11th, and their runs scored is 14th. So they're middle of the road in runs scored. But the on-base percentage being third in baseball should make you feel like, okay, this should even out a little bit. And if you have the third most runners on base, you should be scoring more runs eventually.
Yeah, and you're going to need to see those power numbers come up, because if guys are getting on base, you need to hit some home runs to turn those games into wins. So we'll see how it shakes out. All right, I want to move along to nugget number 2, and I want to talk about your poll question. I know down in Washington, they're putting out polls to see if they got better, do they get worse, I don't know. And I know you wanted to talk about the Eagles and where they stand this year. I think this is the easiest answer of them all, Mike. Of the poll question, you got to go with this. They stayed the same. They've stayed relatively the same. They're going to be like the Phillies, except they're a little bit more talented than the Phillies heading into next year. I think the Eagles relatively stayed the same. Most of the offense is coming back. I think you drafted pretty well. They had a lot of young players step up like last year. I think that'll happen again this year with the draft. I like the Campbell pick. I think he can help, and he's a Zach Bond type of player. You've kept your core together, and that's the key here. The core is still together at this point. So I'm going to say they're relatively staying the same. I don't think they really got better, and I don't think they got worse either. The fact that they've been able to keep the core and their top players, especially on offense in an offensive league, I think they've stayed relatively the same.
Yeah, I would agree. I think their defense is mildly improved, nothing special. I think their offense is better, though. I do think their offense is better. And, by the way, your defense is not as good as it was last year. So how does that play a factor when you say their offense has gotten better and our defense is probably taking a step back, right?
I would say maybe a little bit. I don't think it's crazy. Now, you're going to see the impact of how big of a factor was C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's really the biggest X factor for me. Obviously, you lose Darius Slay. I think they'll be fine at corner, but they've had young players step up, and I trust their developmental process. They have developed players at an extremely fantastic rate, and they've gotten a lot out of their young guys. I think you're going to see guys maybe like a Jalix Hunt take a step forward next year. I think those guys are going to be important. Ringo is someone to watch as well. I think he'll take a little bit of a step forward. Now, he's not going to be good as Darius Slay, but you also signed some veterans in there as well on the defensive side that can give you a little bit. So I don't think they got relatively worse. I don't think they're that bad. I know they lost some pass rush. They got younger. They kept their core guys. They have their core players on offense, and that's really what's key to me.
Yeah, Philadelphia certainly did offensively. But defensively, did they adequately do everything they need to do? So far, I think there's a lot of up in the air. So you don't go in to minicamp or training camp, I should say, and say, they definitively replaced Milton Williams. They definitively replaced Josh Sweat. They definitively replaced Darius Slay. They definitively replaced Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. No, all of those battles are going to be decided at training camp.
Yeah, and that goes along with their draft process. The guys they took in the draft, right? How are they going to develop, especially over the past couple of years? How are those guys who are getting opportunities now going to develop into starters, hopefully, for this team? So that's what you're looking at. The defense is the worry, but you kept your main core on offense. I like that. You still have Jalen Carter up the middle, and you have Nolan Smith, who had a really good breakout year last year, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. So you have studs still all over the place. Reed Blankenship as well. So you have players that have been there, done that, are now turning into veterans, and you're adding some youth as well. So, I mean, you got guys in your 20s all over the place. I think Vic Fangio is going to love that, having all these young guys around as well. So that's really something that I'm looking at next year. But also, I'm shocked that there were more negative people because of all the losses on defense in the poll question, because I don't believe that's leading still. That's not leading at all, right?
Which one do you want to know if it's leading or not?
That they got worse.
Let's see where it is. The last time I looked. All right, let's see. Now, in Washington, the poll question for them, they said, let's see. Trying to get, here we go. Washington feels 53% says they've gained ground. 40% says they've stayed the same. And 6% says they've lost ground. So 93% said they've either stayed the same or gotten closer. Here, with our listeners, 51% said it stayed the same. 34% think they have gained ground, and 13% think they lost ground.
See, I'm shocked that only 13% think they've lost ground. I'm kind of shocked by that because of the names they lost on defense.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we brought this up earlier, we went through their schedule. They only won one game against playoff teams from last year. So is Washington a team that excelled because of their schedule? And now that their schedule is going to be a second-place schedule, and the two divisions that the NFC East play this year are going to be more difficult. They're going to have to play 8 more difficult games than possibly they did last year. And you wonder if Washington, now that the schedule is going to be more challenging for them, will that play effect? They won 12 games last year.
Yeah, it's something that you got to keep an eye on. I'm very curious to see with what the Commanders did this offseason. Listen, they got to the championship game. You got to give them credit where credit's due. Jaden Daniels is going to be a problem for a long time, especially in this division. Right, moving along, final nugget. Nugget number
real quick. Are you looking more forward to the Washington games or the Dallas games?
Oh, that's tough. I think Washington. I think because who cares about the Cowboys? No one's worried about the Dallas Cowboys. Are you kidding me?
Well, listen, it's not about worry. You get these people who just are so enamored by the Eagle Cowboy thing.
I get it, but
and I know you like the Kelly Green, so I figured you would be an Eagles Cowboy guy.
No, listen. I mean, next year, because of the recency bias here, I mean, you just played them in the conference championship. They're a more competitive team than the Dallas Cowboys. They haven't gotten farther than the Dallas Cowboys have in 30 years. So I think you got to go to the Commanders. That's going to be a tougher game. You lost to them one time last year, too. And you when Jalen Hurts went down in Washington. So, and that was a nail-biter. So you're going to want to beat them as well, and they're the more competitive team that you got to worry about. So I think the Commanders game, that's going to be a great football game. If you're a football fan, that's going to be much better. Obviously, Dallas week, we all love it. It's great. But Dallas, they're irrelevant. They're always irrelevant, and I think the Commanders are more relevant now.
Well, listen, I get it. I've never been an Eagles-Dallas guy. I've been more Eagles-Giants. That's the game that I usually enjoy of the rivalries. Washington, we can all agree, has always been third.
Yeah, they've usually been bottom of the barrel, but because they are better now, that's going to be the better football game, I think, in my mind, and that's the team you got to target because they're going to be competitive for the division, that's for sure. And this team, no team's won the division 2 years in a row in years. It's been like 20, 25 years at this point. So I think the Commanders are going to be more. I'm more looking forward to that.
All right. Well, let me throw this out there real quick. Here's a nugget for you: is Dallas being overlooked? You know, they had a ton of injuries last year. I mean, if they're healthy, 2 years ago they won the division. They come back last year, they lose half their defense. Are we overlooking Dallas?
I don't think we're overlooking them. They also have a new coach. You don't know what that's going to bring. Is Schottenheimer going to be the coach that they've needed for years? I don't know. I don't know how much better they're going to get. What's Dak going to look like coming off an injury? I don't know. So I think there's a lot of question marks for Dallas still, even though they're getting guys back. I think there's too many question marks overall.
All right. Well, that's just a little bit of a nugget for the people out there that we were talking about earlier.
All right. I love it. All right. Before I get out of here, Frank Close made me think of this, and he put it out last night. So this is an honored nugget to Frank Close, okay? So the Chicago White Sox, they are going to be utilizing the Chicago Bulls colors for their new City
Horrible.
Connect. Now, City Connects it last 2 years. I mean, the Eagles go Kelly Green. Shout out to Frank for giving me this idea when he tweeted it out last night. It's a great question. Do the Phillies go Kelly Green when these City Connects are up? Wouldn't that be much better?
No.
Oh, why? Come on, Mike. Kelly Green, you're supporting the other team in the complex? Oh, I think that would be better than what they got now.
Well, it probably would be better than what they have now. But, again, these uniforms, the White Sox, missing the mark. Most of these missing the mark. Somebody said the other day to me, the Phillies it's not even a Phillies fan. And he said, what is the Phillies again? I said, it's supposed to be like the colors of the flag. And he kind of looked at me like, what? Who the hell cares about the colors of the Pennsylvania flag? I was like, yeah, exactly. The Philadelphia, is it the Philly flag or the Pennsylvania flag?
Philly flag. It's the
Philadelphia flag,
Philadelphia.
Right.
City of Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody even knows what that is. I think I think a lot of these City Connects have fallen flat. But, hey, listen, I'm not their target. I'm 48 years old.
Yeah, the target demo is more my range, and I hate them. Like, I have a younger brother. He loves it. He's got like 8 jerseys already. So, I mean, he bought a Harper right away. He's got a Turner. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I listen, the Bulls one, I actually think the uniform is kind of cool. It just, you're the Chicago White Sox. Give me, to me, these City Connects should be a variation of the White Sox, of the team colors, but different.
I agree.
Like, the one that I like that is a variation of the team is the St. Louis Cardinals. Theirs looks like a Cardinals uniform. They just kind of tweaked it a little bit and made it, hey, here's another uniform that you can go spend your money on, and it's different.
All right, so again, Mike Gill out on the Kelly Green, even for the Phillies. It's just ridiculous at this point. All right, Mike, 3 nuggets for you today.
That being said, I don't want midnight green either.
I got a midnight green baseball jersey in Eagles, so I will wear it to the next show.
All right, there's Nick's Nuggets today. Thanks, Nick. They're brought to you by The Hub, and it's gear that works as hard as you do. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can download the app, 973ESPN.com/app. When we come back, it's today's Rye or Sigh. We got a bunch of different topics we're going to be debating and going back and forth on, including, here's one for you. One current Philly athlete to trade, cut, extend. One current Philly athlete that you want to trade, cut, and extend. We'll get into that coming up next. And more, Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5 o'clock on the drive home here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Follow along, be a part of the show. Text board's open, 609-403-0973. Fun hour for you here. We got a bunch of stuff in play if you want to text in. We were talking about Washington earlier. The radio station down in Washington asked a question on their poll. Have the Commanders gained ground on the Eagles, lost ground on the Eagles, or same as last year? You can vote on our poll, see what you guys think. In Washington, we'll tell you the updates there. Which game are you more intrigued or excited about this year? Eagles, Commanders, or Eagles, Cowboys, which is generally Eagles Cowboys is the one that most people get excited about. But if the Commanders this year jumped over the Cowboys in terms of anticipation, we'll get into that and more topics right now with another edition of Rye or Cy. Ryan Rothstein's back with a bunch of fun topics we're going to throw around this hour on the Sports Bash.
Yeah, man, let's get a little weird today. What do you say?
I'm always up for that.
All right, man. Should we start with the Eagles games? Because I'm curious to see which games you're putting above the rest. Some you're overlooking.
Well, the question that we were wondering, because the Washington radio station host, Kevin Sheehan, who's been on our show, good dude, 980 the team down there, he put out this poll question. The majority of the offseason is in the books. Did Washington gain ground, lose ground, or stay the same with Philadelphia? And right now, it's getting close. It's 53%, 40%, and 6%. That is the hierarchy of their answers. What do you think the Washington fans think?
I mean, I'm going to guess that they say gain ground.
53% think that Washington gained ground on Philadelphia. This is now free agency, draft, both being in the books. So their fans like what they did, and they think they have gained ground. Now, is it a little bit of, hey, look what we did, and look what Philly lost? There you go. There's the poll question up right now. They have 53% think they have gained ground on Philadelphia.
So gained ground, I'll be nitpicky for a second. Gained ground still doesn't mean we're better than or we've, equaled their level, right? It just could mean, all right, we got a little bit better. We gained a little bit of ground, which I don't know exactly the details of all of Washington's offseason, but, I think it's fair to question the Eagles' offseason.
If you're Washington,
if you're an outsider.
If you're Washington, you added Laramie Tunsil to play left tackle. You drafted a guy in the first round to play right tackle. You added Deebo Samuel, and you had a team that went to the NFC Championship game. With that offense, you're now better, you hope, at both tackle positions, right? Plus, you have now the quarterback going into this year number 2. You added Deebo Samuel. Philadelphia has lost Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. If I'm Washington, do I think my offense has closed the gap on your defense? I would think so.
Absolutely, I would think that. Absolutely. Deebo Samuel is a huge swing, but, we'll see what the offensive linemen are able to do, especially, one out of the draft that's going to play a key role, right? But
Tunsil's one of the best in the game. I mean, so adding him at left tackle is a huge difference maker, including they added Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, and you lost Josh Sweat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, I think it's fair to say, especially if we're keying in on their offense versus the Eagles' defense, that they gained some ground because there's a lot of questions with this Eagles defense. And hey, I hate to point this out, be this guy, not trying to be negative Nelly here, but another new offensive coordinator. We brought this up a couple weeks ago. Like, that is going to play a huge factor in this year, coming off a Super Bowl win. It just is for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, last year they had a new offensive coordinator and they won the Super Bowl. So is it just a plug and play? No, not necessarily, but it's a wild card. Now, the one thing that is, I think, a positive is that this particular offensive coordinator has been here for a while. So at least the terminology and a lot of the game plan should be similar, you would think. He's not going to go rogue and just say, okay, let me put my own thing in here.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of option, but no, he's familiar with obviously the building and the system and what success looks like for the Eagles offensively. So that is a positive, but calling plays in the NFL is a heck of a lot different than just being in the building, right? So,
and by the way, he is close with Nick Sirianni. Does that allow Sirianni now to have a little bit more say in, hey, let's do this, let's do that? I mean, one of the reasons Kellen Moore was brought here is so that there was separation between Sirianni and the coordinator.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? Like, do we even want Nick Sirianni to start infiltrating the offense, right? Like, if he was viewing everything from a distance, assuming last season, we want to keep it that way. Whatever they were doing, whatever he was doing last year, we want to copy and paste that, right? So, all questions.
Big time. And look, I think Washington defensively is minimally better. They drafted a corner in the second round. They traded last year for Marshawn Lattimore. He was hurt, so he never really was the impact that they thought they were getting. They added Kinlaw as the defensive tackle there. So they're a little bit better defensively than they were a year ago. So I think they have maybe gained ground, but I think your point is valid. Okay, now they went 12-5 last year. So they gained ground, they went 12-5. Are they good enough to surpass you and win the division?
Right. And the sophomore slump is real at MG. It's real, right? Like, are we just going to assume Jaden Daniels is going to be that guy or even better? I mean, it's likely he takes a little bit of a dip. Maybe teams start to catch on. The film is there, right? I mean, there's
something to be said for that, yes. What kind of bounce-back year does he have as teams now prepare for him and now have a much better understanding of what he's good at, what he does well? I think having the two new offensive linemen is a big help. Good move by them. Last year, C.J. Stroud had a great rookie year. They went out and got him receivers. They didn't go out and get him offensive line help.
So we've been talking a lot about the Eagles defense and all these key players that departed. When we look at this Eagles defense, though, what's our biggest area of concern? Right? Because this team is, I know there's concerns. I'm curious what you highlight, because they're also still superbly talented. And, man, in Vic Fangio, we have to trust right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, what are their concerns? They're threefold, really. I mean, where are you getting that? Where are you making up the edge rushing that you lost from Josh Sweat? Where are you getting the interior pass rush that you got from Milton Williams? Who's going to play corner and give you as professional of a game as Darius Slay did? I don't think Slay was an all-pro level player anymore, but no. You didn't question like, oh man, Slay's over there. No, he got the job done. He's still very good. Now you're going with a complete potential unknown if you go with Kaylee Ringo. Is it Dory Jackson? If they have to go to him, is he going to be able to give you what you got from Slay? Then the safety spot is a complete wild card. There's not one guy on there that's started more than what? Sidney Brown played, 5 games maybe when he was a rookie and he got hurt? I mean, started. So you don't have any experience really at that safety spot. So I think that's a big question. And then you got to remember, Nakobe Dean's coming back from an injury. What is he? Is he going to be able to play at the same level? Is he going to lose a step? And if he does, what does that mean? So I think there's a lot of questions that
No, I know there's a lot. What's the biggest one for Mike Gill? I mean, you outlined all of them, and we're aware of it, and it's well noted. But if you have to highlight and pinpoint one of those as, man, keep an eye out, or I'm personally worried about this,
I'd have to say that corner spot, the safety spot, because they just don't have a guy that's played a lot. I mean, they have some talent with Sidney Brown. They just drafted Drew Makuba. But none of those guys have played meaningful NFL snaps so the safety spot. And look, 2 years ago, they were parading different safeties in there until they finally brought Kevin Byard in, and he wasn't any good in this system. So that safety spot's important. We know it. If Reed Blankenship is your best safety, I'm not trying to say that he had a bad year or anything. He had a very good year last year, but he was doing it next to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He had a really good compliment. 2 years ago when he was your best safety, that didn't go so well.
Sigh at this or agree with it? The Eagles defense is still a top 3 unit entering this upcoming NFL season.
Ah, man, that's a good question. I got a sigh, I think, and I know that sounds like, well, I mean, you've lost 1, 2, 3, 4 definitive key players.
I get it, but
didn't replace them with anybody that right now you could say this guy left and that guy's the replacement. All 4 of those spots that need to be replaced are up for bid at training camp.
As of right now.
Yes.
We all know how he pulls the rabbit out of his hat, especially when it gets closer to training camp and in the summer months, right? So
well, you're asking me the question right now. You're not asking me 3 months from now.
No, I know that's fair, but I'm asking you with the assumption of moves are going to be made, right? If there's glaring holes, but I say yes, they're still a top 3 unit, man. I mean, all of the departures are valid. There's still holes and concerns and question marks that you've illustrated perfectly. But look at what they have. I mean, they still have Zach Bond. They still have Jalen Carter. They still have Jordan Davis. The list goes on and on. They still have Coop. They still have Quinyon Mobe. I mean, they are still star-studded back there.
Well, number one, I agree. I like a lot of these guys. One, you just talked about the sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. Do you not have any fear of that for Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean? Are they going to be as good as they were? I think they will be, but I don't know. Zach Bond, I mean, this guy came out of nowhere last year. Now all of a sudden we're acting like this guy's Mike Singletary and he's a perennial all-pro. I mean, hey, I got to see if he can bounce back and now be the anchor all-pro level player that they signed to that deal. The guys I don't have a lot of worry about. Jalen Carter. Other than that, which other guy on this defense are you like, that guy's solidified, solid, I know what I'm getting?
Well, I mean, yes, I guess you can say it's just Jalen Carter. He's young too, though, MG. You can make a point that maybe he has a slump, right? But
yeah, he's into his 3rd year. He's had 2 really good years, so I would be surprised.
Agree.
If he declines. The other guys, 2 are rookies. 1 has never played as a starting defensive player and had an all-pro year last year. Those 3 guys, I think they're going to be fine. I don't know. I mean, they could take a step back. I mean, am I missing somebody else that I'm like completely blanking on here? I mean, Reed Blankenship, okay, I think he's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Reed's solid. Your Zach Bond point is I agree with. I've brought that up before they gave him backed up the Brinks truck for Zach Bond. I brought up that point of, listen, this is 1 year we've witnessed this, and look at the track record of this guy. I'm not saying he's that, but I don't think we should automatically assume he's what we saw last year either. So we're putting a lot of faith in Vic Fangio. So I'm fine with that, but, it could go south quickly.
I agree. And listen, Vic Fangio did a great job last year. This is not to disparage what he did, but he was in Miami 2 years ago and their defense was not very good, right? I mean, so now he's got to work. We're acting like this guy's Jeff Stoutland, that everything he does is just perfection. Right. He was in Miami. That defense was not very good. He was in Denver and got fired now he was the head coach there, but it's like he's not like, this isn't like the Buddy Ryan 46 defense out there. I think that, yes, he did an unbelievable job turning that defense around. But he's got to now turn at least 4 new positions. He has new starters this year.
Yeah, it's certainly a different coaching job this season than it was last.
No doubt.
Very much so. All right, good conversation. We got a little in depth there. So let's transition. I have a fun little game for us to play, all right? It's called Trade, Cut, Extend. It is sort of a spin-off of a popular game, Marry, Freak, Kill. Yes.
I got you.
Yeah, I wasn't, I'm not that stupid. But trade, cut, extend one Philly athlete for each, one current Philly athlete for each. So
this is an easy one for me.
All right, let's start with you. Let's start with one Philly athlete Mike Gill would trade right now is.
Well, I mean, I would trade or cut. It just depends on what's going on here. But I would say trade Trey Turner.
Wow. Okay. I like it.
Trade Trey Turner. Because cutting him is just, you're just eating money, and he's not that bad where you would just cut him. So trade would be Trey Turner.
Interesting. I want to say, I'll say Aaron Nola. And this is sort of a fun hypothetical, sort of putting the contracts and the reality of it aside. If we could just do anything we want right now, who would we trade?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Aaron Nola. But okay, I like the Trey Turner one. All right, let's go to cut. If you could cut one Philly athlete right now, this is a fun one.
This one's tough. If I could cut one, and I guess, whatever. I mean, you don't know what the salary cap implications are, all that stuff. But if I'm saying I would trade Trey Turner and cut, I think. So I might be at Paul George on this.
Cut Paul George. Okay.
Well, it's almost like an amnesty thing. Like, if I cut him, do I lose it? Like in other words, wasn't here. I don't have his salary anymore. If you're telling me I have to worry about salary cap implications, then he's probably not my guy.
Yeah, but okay, listen, Paul George is certainly not a bad answer. Paul George was...
If I'm giving you, one that doesn't have salary cap implications, who am I cutting? It would probably be Brandon Marsh.
I was going to say Brandon Marsh. I was going to say Alec Boehm.
I have more faith that Boehm turns around and gives you something more so than I do Marsh. Marsh is just a nothing burger. He does nothing to do anything. I mean, Alec Boehm, like him or not, listen, I know I'm higher on Boehm than most. That's not a secret. He did drive in 97 runs 2 years in a row. He hit 285 last year. He has some discernible value as when he's going. Marsh doesn't do much for me in any capacity.
Two honorable mentions for me. How about the Phillies bullpen?
The whole thing? Sure, we'll start over.
Yeah, let's just cut the whole thing. And Joel Embiid. I'll throw Joel Embiid in there. Just cut the dude. My goodness.
You'll never hear me turn on that guy. I will never be the guy who's so ignorant to turn on Joel Embiid. The joy this guy has now, he's given me a lot of agony as well.
How much joy is he giving you? Not that much.
I said there are so many times in the years that I've done this show where I've come in the next day and said, I will lose 72 games again if I get to watch this guy play. When he is playing at his best, he is a joy to watch. I agree. Yes, so I will never.
It's when he's playing, though. That's the whole. That's what embodies him, right?
I get it, but I will not allow that to cloud the enjoyment I get from watching him play. He is such a unique player that I would never say I just want to cut the guy. I'm not going to be the guy that's so ignorant that he sucks, he's a loser. He is such an outstanding talent. And I feel bad for him. It's a shame that his body has not held up. But I would never want to not see him wear my uniform if I can control that.
Fair enough, man.
That said, I will be hard on him when it is meant to be. I said last year, he needs to lose 30 pounds. To me, that is what he should have targeted to come back this year. This whole season was a disaster for him. He has been, he has come up small in many big games for this team. So he's not absolved of criticism.
I want to try and work our way back at some point in the next 20, 30 minutes to a quick Joel Embiid thought I have. But let's go to extend. If you could extend one Philly athlete right now.
Extend one Philly athlete. This is a hard one because there's no Philly that's young enough that you're hey, you got to get him right now. Unless I just completely rolled the dice and said, I would do Andrew Painter because I believe in him that much. I'm not going to go that route. Michkov, maybe just to say, hey, he's here for a while. Although, when they had, who was the Russian defenseman they had not too long ago? They just traded him 2 years ago. Provorov. When Ivan Provorov was a rookie, he looked like he was going to be a difference maker, and then he kind of flamed out. So I'll hold off on Michkov. The Sixers don't have a guy. They just extended all their guys, so it's got to be an Eagle. And so for that, I would probably say it's got to be either Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean. They're the only two that really haven't been extended at this point.
How about Howie Roseman?
I don't know what his contractual situation is. He in his last year? I don't know what his contractual situation is. Although, okay, here, I'll throw this one out at you.
All right.
The coach has no contract next year.
Wow. Is it crazy that I don't know if I would extend him? I'm not going out on a limb to say it.
Just saying.
Yeah.
He's won a Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl. Why couldn't he go to the Eagles and say, hey, I deserve to be one of the top 3 highest paid coaches in football?
Hold on a second. He's entering his last year of his deal.
He has no deal after this season. He is entering this year as a lame duck.
Wow, interesting. I for some reason I that completely escaped me, that knowledge. So, yeah, that's a talking point for sure. We can definitely circle back to that in the future.
100%. He has a deal right now to coach in 2025. After this year, he does not have a deal.
If you had to see, I don't know. Like, I almost would say Vic Fangio is more important than him right now, and that sounds so idiotic that I'm not going to officially make that my statement. But it's just a thought, like him or Nick.
Well, Vic is. Keep in mind, Vic is older too. I don't know how much longer he's going to go.
Yeah. He's in a dream spot right now. He seems to be, quote, home, but you're right. Maybe 2-3 more years.
Yeah, Vic Fangio, let's see, Vic Fangio is 66 years old, so I could probably see him going 3 to 4 more years. There's coaches that go into their 70s.
Yeah, he's already a lifer. My goodness, he's been doing it for 50 years.
Mm-hmm. And he's home. Like, he doesn't have to, he's not like he's in Miami still or Denver. He's close to home. So I could see him 3 to 4 more years, but I don't know what his contractual situation is either. But I do know the situation for Sirianni, and he has no deal after this year.
Yeah, that's going to get interesting. It's going to get interesting.
By the way, Rich in AC brings up a good one. He said you got to extend Jalen Carter. Yes, got to do that.
Yes.
He's got to be at the top of the list. Yeah. So Jalen Carter is probably my answer. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, that's a good one. And obviously, like Coop and Quinyanimo, but they're just coming off rookie years, so it's like hard to throw them out there. But
so Trey Turner is my trade guy.
I like it. Paul George is a good trade candidate. Especially listen, the Sixers right now, if they end up with
pick one. You got to trade. You can trade either Trey Turner or Paul George. They're the 2 worst contracts in the city right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Man,
all right, think about it. Think about it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back with that. You could trade one right now. Get rid of them. Is it Trey Turner or is it Paul George? I would imagine a heavy amount of people are going to say Paul George. Just because it's Sixers, he didn't do anything. I think people are just more partial right now to Philly, but I could be wrong. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 5:31 on this Tuesday night. Phils tonight. No Stott in the lineup tonight. They've got Edmundo Sosa playing second base. Weston Wilson's in left. So you got a lot of platoons going against lefty Mackenzie Gore. Trey Turner is your leadoff man. And, of course, the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. It's another segment of Rye or Cy. Last one we did, one guy to trade, one guy to cut, one guy to extend. We got some other things we want to get into. You guys can text in at 609-403-0973. Let us know what you guys think on that and more. NBA playoffs continuing. I got to be honest with you. The NBA playoffs, I don't know that I've seen a bucket yet.
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed in you, man. Dude, these NBA playoffs have been the best ball that I've watched.
Yeah.
In 20
I turned the game
years.
on last night. It was 75-24.
Yeah, literally the one game so far that you should not have watched was that one. That one was impressively bad. But, dude, these series, first of all, man, I can't believe I'm about to do this. The refs have been awesome. The refs are calling these games magnificently. They're letting them play. It's physical games. It's old school style games. It's all 104, 102 type games. I'm loving it, man. It's been really good.
I have heard a lot of, I saw a tweet from Chris Broussard, Chris who covers the NBA or used to cover the NBA for ESPN. He's now at Fox. He actually tweeted something out that I thought was pretty interesting because he was saying, he's like, look, I'm not one that calls for a return to 90s basketball, but these NBA playoffs where the refs are letting the teams play physical defense are way more entertaining than today's Matador defense, easy buckets, regular season games. He says it's night and day. But isn't that a problem? It shouldn't be like that.
What, just a drastic difference from regular season to postseason?
Yeah, you shouldn't have one game, where you're just like, this is ridiculous, and then everyone you're all into, and you're like, look at this. You shouldn't have the disparity in the style of play. I get it, the intensity is going to be different in a playoff game. There's what Chris Broussard said, that he's not like, hey, you got to go back to 90s basketball, but the playoffs are so much more entertaining. The ratings have been good, so maybe that's the fans saying, look, this style of basketball is what I want to see.
Yeah. Now, listen, if you could get this style for all 82, yeah, sign me up for it. But, that's not realistic. I think the NBA, though, has found their formula, which is we're going to call the regular season one way. Regular season, we want final scores of 142 to 136. We want 43-point shots attempted from both teams. We want dunks. We want transition points, right? And then when it gets to the postseason in these best of 7 series, it's gonna look a heck of a lot differently. So, listen, I think that's the best they can do. And if they can generate playoffs like this, hopefully it continues, man. It's been a home run so far. They've done well.
Well, I brought this up a couple weeks ago when we were talking about playing for the number 1 overall pick, right? I had that idea of, hey, all the teams that don't make the playoffs, have them do a tournament for the number 1 seed. Now, I've since tweaked that idea a little bit more to where, I don't know if we talked about it on this segment or not, but I think it would help the NBA's regular season product if you played 70 games and that at the 70-game mark, it's almost like in high school where there's a cutoff date, that at the 70-game mark, they are the playoff teams. The 10 teams on each side. So 20 teams, they are in the playoffs. The 10 teams that are out of the playoffs, they all go into an in-season tournament for the last month of March. Is all in-season tournament games where playoff teams only face playoff teams and non-playoff teams only face non-playoff teams, with the winner of that tournament getting the number 1 pick, and the teams that are playing in the in-season tournament playoff, you are still jockeying for seeding.
Okay, so But during that month, the playoff teams, it's not the playoffs, but it's
an
teams.
in-season tournament where all the games your last month are only against playoff teams. Because after 70 games, the playoff teams will now have been established, just not the seeding.
So I like it, but
what you would do, Rye, is you have 10 teams. 1 through 5 is one pod. 6 through 10, that's the other pod. Same on the West. They all play against each other, and all those records still go towards your 82 games, but instead of playing – like the number 2 seed should not be playing the Washington Wizards in a game in March because the Wizards don't want to win that game. That's not fair to – you know what I mean? Like, so to eliminate that and make March – create this in-season tournament that will now be a real reason to want to watch the stupid in-season tournament.
I like it, but I also would push back with, aren't you de-incentivizing, if that's the right word, those 70 games in the regular season even more?
No,
because
I think
if you're
because
an NBA team, you say we're just going to be competing for a seed in the last month anyway. Who cares? Like, we just need to finish in the top 5, and then we can go try and compete for the 1 seed.
Well, yes and no. You're only getting 12 games. So, you get 12 games to now, but let's say you're 8 games out of the 1 seed and you only get 12 games left. You're not moving. It's really like what happened in the West this year where you had all those teams tied. Can you imagine if all those teams were tied and they were all playing each other almost every single night of the week?
Yeah, it would be awesome.
It would be awesome. And the 70-game sprint, which means, hey, if we want to make the playoffs, we only have 70 games to do it. So we don't get like that extra month of trying to like get ourselves into the play-in or whatever. After 70, that's the cutoff date. You are the 20 teams that are making the playoffs, and now your last month of the season, they are all going to be high-energy games against teams that are all making the playoffs.
Listen, man, I'm with it, and especially the way the playoffs are going now. If I'm Adam Silver, I'm trying to figure out how to magnify and highlight this time of the year as much as possible.
Yeah, well, and that would mean the month of March, you would be this in-season tournament, and you could make it like, hey, the playoffs start now. We're playing for seeding. Every game matters. So, your pod is going to be teams 1 through 5, 6 through 10. You'll play those teams 3 times each.
I don't hate it. I'm curious to see how open-minded Adam Silver actually gets within the next 3, 5, 7 years, right? Because he has an opportunity to really shake things up. But I will say this, like the fact that some teams are on cruise control throughout the regular season has made for a fun postseason. Like the Warriors are the 7 seed, right? And so they're facing the Houston Rockets. That series has been awesome, but it's 7 versus 2 just because of how the Warriors ended up, right? Like they sort of struggled throughout the regular season, right? Like getting these weird matchups that have resulted in just like conference finals level of basketball.
Yeah, great. Listen, I can't sit here and pretend that I've watched any of the playoffs. I really just haven't. Listen, I love the NBA. The Sixers this season was so miserable that it gave me no reason to kind of get invested in any of it.
I know.
This happened to me, by the way, in the pre-process years.
What, you were balled out?
The Sixers were just so irrelevant that it made me like lose my interest in the game. And it wasn't until Sam Hinkie said, we're basically starting over. I said, now I'm back. Now I can finally get back in because I want to see like them build up from the studs and start over. Now you brought me back. And that's what the process brought me back to the NBA.
Hopefully, and I'm with you, like this regular season, definitely did not watch as much NBA as I usually do because of that exact reason. But hey, hopefully we have a mini type process revolutionary offseason with a lot of potential on our hands in the coming months.
Absolutely. Like, listen, I think the Sixers, I am more inclined to say, I want to see what you think. I am more inclined to say the Sixers were a 1-year mess than an overall mess.
Yeah, as negative and crazy and critical as I've been, I would agree with that.
Well, did you hear I don't know that we talked about it yesterday because we only had one segment yesterday. But do we have the Windhorse bite, Josh? Brian Windhorse said this, and I don't know how we missed this. This was on the Stephen A. Smith. Now, I don't listen to Stephen A. Smith's YouTube channel, so I guess this is how I missed it. But I didn't see this anywhere else. This is what Brian Windhorse said on the Stephen A. Smith YouTube show.
I was mildly surprised, but I heard that, ownership was on board and agreed with and endorsed, signed off, whatever you want to call it, with the moves that they made last year. And the two big ones are obviously signing Paul George and extending Joel Embiid. Josh Harris, David Blitzer, it wasn't like Daryl Morey went to them and said, this is what we have to do. No doubt, we got to do it. And they disagreed. They were on board with it.
So that's the first part of it. And he basically was saying, this wasn't Daryl Morey saying, hey, I got this great idea. And he said everybody was on board with his idea, which is why he did not, get fired ultimately. He didn't go rogue and do this stuff. This was an organizational decision that everybody was on board, which is why he said that's why he was safe this offseason.
Yeah, it makes sense. Listen, those moves are not something that you ask for forgiveness on later. I mean, those moves just don't get signed off on without the owner, right? So we all had a feeling that was the case, but it's good to get confirmation on that.
Yeah. Now, I got a lot of texts coming in on my idea. It says the only idea is scheduling. These arenas don't have much flexibilities. Well, I mean, they already have nights where the team's supposed to be there anyway. It's not like every night of the week is, yes, it would be a little bit of a challenge to be like on the fly to say, but I think you can say, hey, can you keep Tuesday? Like if you would have had an 82-game schedule, you would have had those nights scheduled anyway.
You would have had them anyway.
Yeah,
you're not changing that much, so it's doable.
Absolutely.
Do we want to touch on the Paul George or Trey Turner question? We didn't even get to it this segment.
Go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we teased at the end of the last segment if we had to pick one guy to trade, Paul George or Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Who would we pick? I think mine is Trey Turner because the Phillies are a World Series contender. As badly as I want the Sixers to trade Paul George, trust me, it's difficult for me to go with this answer. But this is under the assumption that you're getting a nice haul in return for a Trey Turner trade. So I would go with Trey Turner.
You think George. I don't think you would get a lot of value for Trey Turner.
What is not a lot of value? I mean, I'm thinking at least like an all-star level bullpen, a really good bat. I don't know. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking very little value. Why? His contract is miserable. Nobody wants that contract.
No one wants the Paul George contract either. I know,
but I'm saying, like, you're I would say you are more inclined to be able to trade the Paul George contract because 1 year is already in the books. He's only got 3 left. Trey Turner still has
how many
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more years at $27 million a year. You are paying him until he is 40 years old.
Yeah, it's not great. But I will say this. It's actually not that expensive in comparison to some of these contracts these dudes are getting.
You're right about that. It's $27 million a year for the next 8 years.
It's more about the length almost than the money, as ludicrous as that is. But I don't know. I think you're right. I don't know how many teams are picking up the phone saying, yes, give me 8 years, 27.7 a year for that guy right now.
Yeah, I don't see any team that is banging down the door to say, I will pay him $27 million a year for the next, what did I say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for the next 8 years. I just don't think. And by the way, you're paying him $27 million a year for 8 years, and that's at age 40, age 39, age 38, age 30. Like, when does the decline start? Well, it looks like it already has.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to operate under the assumption that you're getting the return that you want for both of these guys in this hypothetical because it's a bleak pick one. Who would you pick?
If I could trade Trey Turner, I'd do it right now. Before the game tonight, say, "Yo, sorry, we're taking you out of the lineup. We just traded you."
Yeah, you're off
Hey, to me, he doesn't do anything that of substance where I'm like, "Oh my God, we're losing him."
He's the definition of bland. He's the definition of like, I have COVID and I can't taste anything. He is.
He just says the other night he's the guy who's on the interview on Sunday Night Baseball, and he's just so boring. And there's again no connection to the fans at all. He just offered, and like if he was not here, you wouldn't be like, "Wow, we're replacing him." Like
Yeah.
he's
No,
hitting
you would
262.
forget he was here. You would forget he was here.
You would. I mean, he's hitting 262. Meh. His on base percentage is 345. It's good. It's not great. He's got one home run and 10 RBIs for $27 million. I mean, he's got one more homer than Alec Boehm.
It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic.
Oh,
Seriously.
man.
And the Paul George contract's just as bad. I mean, it's like
at least it's only for 3 more years.
I know. The only way that you can possibly trade Paul George is if you do it with the Phoenix Suns and you want Bradley Beal and they decide to give you Bradley Beal and Beal decides to opt out of his no trade clause. Like, I don't know what else.
All right, well, think about it. We'll do more tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, that one would be Trey Turner or Paul George. You could trade one. You pick. Let me know. 609-403-0973. That's today's Rider Side. See you, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, there you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We have today's Bet365 play of the day next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. We'll get you out of here on that. And before we do, the poll question for Washington. The majority of the offseason in the books, did Washington gain ground, stay the same, lose ground? Over in Washington, Commanders fans said 53% gained ground on Philly, 40% stayed the same, 6% said they lost ground on Philly. So you got that.
6% of the fans are idiots.
All right, Bet365 play of the day. I think we lost last night. We only gave you one play, and we lost it.
Yeah, you couldn't hit the under, Mike, but you are still 157, 103, and 1.
By the way, Eagle fans here at 973 ESPN, 57% think it's the same, 32% think Washington gained ground, and 10% think they lost ground.
I could talk to those people who thought they lost ground. I can feel what their thinking is.
You'll talk to them in 6 minutes.
Thanks.
Tonight, I got the under Boston and the Magic. I'm going under the number in that particular game. Boston and the Magic. I'm going under the number in that game. And that game is Boston, by the way, is up 3-1 in that series. And I'm going over the number in the Pistons-Knicks series.
Will there be
that is 215.5 for the Knicks Pistons, sorry, and 198.5 for the Celtics and the Magic.
By the way, is there going to be another officiating mess up at the end of this game?
Wouldn't be surprised. Horrible. The Lakers lost again, so they're down 3-1.
3-1.
They need to have a Knicks-Celtics series would be nice. You know, the one game in the series is going to be Pacers-Cavs probably. Eee. All right, back tomorrow. Busy show. Phil's tonight. We'll talk to you then, right here on the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.